মাইক্রোফোন পাইছি পাইছি হবে তোমার কথা বলা যায় না করো স্পিকার দিছি না কথা বলতে হবে আরে কে বলতেছে Hello, Roshan.
Hi. Hi, good morning to all of you. Let me see if still okay. Uh,
Morning, Roshan. Can see 65 participants only so far.
Yeah,
Good
let
morning,
let us.
everyone.
Hi, good morning, madam. Hi, afternoon. Let's wait for 5 minutes, then we can start the session. Okay.
I believe that should be good.
Good morning,
Okay,
sir.
man. Yeah, Mani, we can start in 5 minutes. I think Himadri is not available. Himadri is there now.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, Himadri, we will start in
Morning.
5 minutes. We are like people still coming to the.
People still joining. Yeah,
Yeah, they are still joining. Yeah. Okay.
great. So, meantime, people are joining. I'd like to convey a message to Ashok and Afrin that I'll not be able to join the full call today. Maybe after 30 minutes, I'm going to drop off. Himan is also traveling, so you guys take the responsibility. Uh, Catch up all the Q&A, put it in one places, and also try to capture all the response from Roshan and put it on place so that we can convey the same after the session with our business partners.
Sure, Himadri.
Yeah, noted.
Dada, can you think we can complete it by 3 today? So many things you have to maybe go so fast. Roshan?
I kept 2:30. Why you are dragging to 3 o'clock?
Okay. Well,
But I still I'm not very sure about the question. My presentation will not complete by 2:15. Okay, I'll keep 15 minutes for the Q&A and
okay.
on whatever maybe. Okay,
Okay. Great. And please don't forget to give a break at 12:30 India's time and
30
1
Indian
p.m. Bangladesh
time.
time.
Right. That's for sure.
And I'll be needing another support from you. This is about the attendee list.
I'll send you the Excel later on.
Okay, correct. For both session that how many people joined
Perfect.
for how many hours.
Perfect. Perfect. With time, login, log out, who
Yeah,
set
yeah.
without, who set ideals, who was with AI, everything I will give you complete detail.
Okay.
Yesterday I learned like, even people if they don't want to join, they can put AI on that. There is a system. Okay. So we'll get that. Yes, it's a very good session and a lot of people were there. But now new generation are very smart. What I have noticed, even some of them were making, I have noticed some of the reports they make from Chat GPT only. All the company policies, procedure, even the soil, what is that? Soil contamination SOP, everything. It was from Chat GPT and AI kind of thing. I was so surprised. Like, what is the like real work? What we will have to do? Then I think for some new way to catch these guys. So I'm working on it as well. So let them be not very smart that verifier cannot do anything. So let's understand their technology, because now technologies are very like helpful, and I think like people needs to work because people do not read those documents whenever it like come out. So that is what I have noticed, and I'm consistently speaking to the people that let's not only attach the document. Please read the document, whether it's aspect, impact, a lot of things are there. that's what, like, I believe that there was a evaluation in this HIGG FEM 4.0 by the SSC cascade, I would rather say. Let's see. I think what is the people now? How many people right now is still 102. Okay. So we will start in next 2 minutes. Mani or Himadrida, anyone you can tell me, I'll start. I'll share my screen. Okay.
Yeah, sure, Roshan. I asked Imani to send the reminder mail to the suppliers again. Then at least we can increase the numbers.
Uh, I'll request to start now. I mean, it's anyway, we are recording the session, and uh, if anybody missed, maybe we'll share it in the origin, maybe not the same one. There will be another version, most probably. I don't know. We'll look at the different options. So I think you can start.
Perfect. Just let me know if you'll able to see my screen.
Yeah, it's visible to me.
Yeah, it's visible to
Okay,
me as well.
perfect. Thank you. So I'll do one thing. There are some questions of question answer for the water. So let me finish wastewater. Then unanimously, I'll take all the questions for water and wastewater. Okay. We were at like, what is the plan for upgradation of septic tanks for that modern wastewater treatment approach? What is the idea behind this? That facility should work on like whatever the water we can recycle in the future. The moment you have STP, you can use the same water for your own landscape gardenings and all. That is the idea behind upgradation of septic tanks. Otherwise, what happens? Septic tanks, even kind of like, someone would have only a pit, someone would have a pit without RCC, someone have like a typical septic tanks with like, cages and all. So a lot of things are there, which is like a very old technology of septics or being anaerobic type of a treatment, which is needs to be upgrades. That's the reason why it has been asked for upgradation of septic tanks. So more or less, the STP is the only options right now where we can even recycle the water. Plus, nowadays for the big industry, people are already following this type of system. They combine their domestics and wastewater, the domestic wastewater with the industrial wastewater, so everything is can be usable for them. So this is the correct way actually to have the new system. And if you would have this upgradation, or if we have installed anything, like if you would have STP kind of systems in our place, then we are going to have most scores in the level 3. Okay, you can see the questions later on. Now we are in the level 3. First question: does your facility engage, collaborate with your offsite wastewater treatment plant to improve their wastewater treatment and or engage in recycling? Means this question was for the offsite people, like whoever has opted, like whoever has selected in applicability that I am sending my wastewater to the offsite. So for those people, for those facilities, it has been asked that you should check and discuss with your CETP people or government bodies to recycle those water as well, with rather than to send it to the environment, or that is like river, land, canals, or whatever may be the final discharge point. Okay. Uh, Now this question: does your facility reuse process water and reuse process water as a process water? Okay. So this question is the same what we were discussing earlier. Like, this is the reuse, not recycle. Okay. What is the reuse? I'm just again trying to explain. Like, whatever the water is using in the production, let it be very clear. It's a production water, not the cooling tower water, or not the like on non-contact water. These are not considered for the reuse. Okay. The water which is exactly in the process, for example, washing or the drain of the bath drain, later bath and all, these are needs to be like reused, where we find that the contamination level or the load is less, which we can without treatment we are reusing in our process somewhere. So that is what we say, the recycle water. So it is the question: if we are using those type of system, you have to just make sure that you can even like calculate how much we have like recycle those water, and get the data like how much percent actually we are reusing. There's nothing like percentage or the limits where we are getting the score. If we are using, that is what it is encouraging over here, to make sure that we can like have a benefit over there. Okay. Now 30 question. Question number 13. Does your facility recycle industrial wastewater for the production process? Okay. Now, this is the best way, like what I have noticed, like at least in 4.0, they have now 4 questions. Previously in the 3.0, it was only one question which was talking about recycling of water, and that is only above 50%. If you are recycling, then only you are getting yes. There was nothing like partially yes. There's nothing like any incentive for the person who are like effort. They have just started the effort for the recycling at least 20-30% in 3.0 version. But in 4.0 version, you can notice now we are in question number 3 of the third level. Basically, there are 4 questions. So out of 3 now, even the question which is recycle have like a provision. If you can even recycle from 20 to 49%, you are getting partially yes marks. Okay. And above 50%, obviously you are getting yes marks. So there's a one question, sorry, one of the 4th question which is having this impact. Otherwise, previously it was only one question and only benefit for those people who had the ZLD. Okay. So that's what we can say here. What I feel always that uh, in majorly this version is more scoring as compared to your 3.0 version. So because here we have chance to score in every cases, and they have made particularly keeping in mind the all part of the world, because you can understand like somewhere where the water available in plenty, they need not to invest too much on the ZLD, but it's not financially feasible, because when you install a ZLD or kind of things, your per what I would say per meter, per liter would cost around 20 to 25 cents. So cents in terms of dollar. So that is the cost of the water. So you can imagine if we are working or we are having a company which is around 250 meter cube per hour or 400 meter cube per hour, which is a very common in case of Bangladesh, then you can understand like how much would be the cost for the recycling for those type of facilities. So here what we can understand, like these modules are really scoring for all kind of systems, or kind of country or the locations where people have the what you say the infrastructure challenges, or what I would say the natural scarcity of natural resources. So there everywhere like people can score either in wastewater, so somebody can score in energy. So like we can really get the average out score in this HIG 4.0 version with these type of questions. Okay, so I think you can understand this particular question that is related to the recycling industrial wastewater to the production process. Okay, so if you are having above 50% recycling, full yes, and 20 to 49, that is partially yes. But what I always suggest, even if you have a water, please try to recycle it, because probably one fine day you may also have those conditions where the places, especially South Asia, we are all having the dry zone, we can say, as per WRI or WWF, whatever we have in the water section. This shows that we don't have enough water around. So that is the reason at least start a facility should encourage for going at least start for 10, 20, 20, 25% recycling with one RO or UV, whatever is possibility, especially the water washing unit, what I would rather say, where the load is less, so they can easily recycle those water with minimum cost for that. Okay, so so this is how we are talking about now. This is the last question. Does your facility recycle domestic wastewater for domestic use? That's what I was talking initially, that when you have the septic tanks, so what is the benefit of the septic tanks that we can, when you go from you go above septic tanks or go for the STP kind of thing, and then we can get recycle, we can go for the STP and then it can be recycled, where we can have like water, like we can reduce the water, the fresh water as per the requirements. Okay, so this is how, but this question is not applicable if your facility is not permitted by law to reuse domestic water as a domestic water, domestic wastewater as a domestic water. So keep in mind there is a catch in this question, but I don't think at anywhere it's a law, especially the South Asia where you cannot use the domestic water. But if you say that yes, your domestic water cannot be used, then you can definitely opt for the not applicable, and this question score is going to distribute among the above three questions. So that is what it is all about, I believe. The wastewater. Anybody have any questions related to wastewater? We can have, plus whatever yesterday water was there. Let me take out right now. Okay, I think it's too early. So nobody has like came up with the question as well. Okay, yeah. Can can we calculate domestic water energy consumption on estimate basis? And energy consumption on domestic water you can obviously calculate on estimation basis, for the but energy even you can calculate, but you should have a correct methodology. I would rather expect like what type of methodology you are using, because in IG it's not like that everywhere you have to put the flow meter. To be very frank, if you have a correct methodology which we were discussing yesterday, then even you can get your answers, your scores for that. Okay. Because I would not say that you should not have any flow meter. Like again, I'm repeating, you should have some flow meter which can really help you out to estimate for and for your methodology. So yes, you can do it, but yes, again, I would like to see like what is your basis of like estimation for energy, especially domestic wastewater. It's easy to estimate because what we consider like whatever is coming for the domestic line, we can consider like approximately like 5% or 2% is the reduction. Rest will go in the wastewater only. So that is what can be estimated, and it's accepted here right now in HIG. Okay.
Sir, can you listen to me, sir?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Here, I have a question, level 1, question 2.1,
Okay. What is the
wastewater.
question? Can you read?
Indicate which biological treatment process are used for your wastewater. This question, how applicable for domestic purpose?
This one? What is the question number you said?
Level 1, question 2.1.
Level 1. Okay. This is the question 2.1. So it's a
Yeah,
sub
yeah,
question.
yeah, yeah.
Sub question for that. Yeah, I know that you are getting options for domestic as well in this case.
Yeah,
You are
yes,
right,
sir.
actually. Keep in mind the septic tank itself is a domestic, sorry, biological system. And that is what you say, anaerobic biological system. And STP, sorry, that is septic tank. STP also have the biological system. That is either aeration, ASP or MBBR. Anything can be possible in the STP side as well. So keeping in those notes, they keep like, okay, before and after of your what you say, the BOD COD, can you check or are you checking? So there's a possibility for the domestic as well, which is expecting. Obviously, it's new. Nobody from us, from our side, we really check those things. Okay, but here it is expecting once in a year. Do you know those type of values as well? So that is the question. Fortunately, there's no marks in this year, but you can consider that you will have to go for these testings as well in the future. Okay.
That means, sir, I select aerobic.
What type of systems you have? You have STP or you have
Septic,
septic? Septic is anaerobic without oxygen.
anaerobic.
It's underground, right? It's underground. It's not a pit. It's
Underground, yeah.
under. Yes. So underground is without oxygen is anaerobic.
Okay, okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, next question, level 1, question 6.1.
6.1 means question 6. This one. Backup plan.
No, no, legally required in case of
Okay.
accidental discharge.
Oh, in case
Does
of
your
accident. Yeah, that is the
facility?
backup plan only. That's backup plan. Yeah. In case of accidental discharge, what are your plan actually? That is the question. Means if you
No,
have
but
yeah,
legally requirement at this moment. But how I answer this question?
can you repeat once again?
Does
Please
your
repeat.
facility have a process to contact appropriate government authorities or agencies as legally required in case of accidental discharge?
Yes.
But at this situation, at this moment,
We
Bangladesh
don't have.
government or
It
agency
doesn't have.
no legal applicability.
Yes. So it's a you just write it not applicable if it is opting over there. Otherwise, you make it yes and keep it in the comment box like these are the conditions. I can understand some of the
Okay.
question. Probably you feel you have no not applicable and it is not coming in the portal. So in those conditions
Yeah.
where you feel you just put it yes, don't make it no, make it yes and then keep it that is not required as per if you don't have not applicable option. Okay. So make it
Okay.
yes
Okay.
and give
Okay.
your comments somewhere. Okay, or leave the verifier will come because I can see it now in 4.0 you cannot give comments everywhere. So verifier will come and he'll put the comment over there as per the local law because the local Bangladeshi verifier would be much better in position to respond to those particular condition at your area. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, don't mind, sir. Yesterday I have another question. Rainfall within your area. This is
Yes.
I calculate from uh, how
Okay.
calculate?
I think your meteorological department will give this type of information like rainfall area in your catchment area. Online you can get all this data.
Online, no? Okay.
For
Okay.
example, if it is you're from Bangladesh, right? So for
Yeah.
example, in the Gazipur region or Shaba region or Ashulia, like that, you can check. You can get that rainfall in that particular year, last year. You can get somewhere in the government official domain these values.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Roshanji,
Yeah.
Roshanji. Yeah, I
Yes.
am
Yes.
Vijay Kumar.
Please.
I am Vijay Kumar from Aruna.
Yes, sir. Good.
How are
Good
you, sir?
morning. Good.
Good morning. I would like to one more point to suggest because while we have already posted the matters on the portal, in
Okay.
that we have noticed that there is an option which is in the box. We have to put are not applicable. Compulsory, we have to note it down. That time only we can able to the question numbers will be come down and then points is getting raised. So we cannot be able to just be. I am just putting the information to all because while uploading the details on the portal, if it is not applicable, also we have to mention that. Then only we can able to reduce the question numbers.
Like so, but if it is not applicable, not there over there, then what you will do?
Yeah, that even if it is not coming means that 100% will not come. Something we have to put on the boxes.
Okay. I know there are some kind of laws are there right now. So I think you have some ideas, right? That's what
Yeah.
I wanted to explain him. Like in some cases, we are feeling that it's not applicable to us.
Uh,
Uh, so and we don't have those options. So check whatever is best way for you to come out with those particular questions. Okay. If you say
okay.
yes and so many sub questions are coming, you select no. If you have many question, then means you can respond to all those yes question, keep on doing and move on. Okay.
Exactly.
Because
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you. हाँ,
जितने दिन रहा है कमरे में उस हिसाब से
any other question? Can we mute if I think I can see some raise if you are not able to wait. Okay. Okay, I can see there's a question. Can you please explain BOD5? BOD5 is the testings method for BOD that lasts for 5 days. Okay, so like COD, we have BOD. In COD, we use chemical. By BOD, we use the cultures and all microbes, which last for 5 days for incubation center, and it will give you how much the DO reduction. Okay, so this is how is the BOD5 value. Usually we have 3 and 5. So in HIGG, it is expecting for BOD5. So tell your test house to conduct BOD5 rather than BOD3. biological oxygen refer to the amount of the oxygen breakdown. What is this? Who is David? Is that his question? Oh, okay. You have given me the explanation. Okay, thank you. Indika is a question. If we have STP treatment plant, what shall we select of the treatment? It include question in the side info section. So you have to select, like there is a question for the side info, water treatment, wastewater means there you have to give everything. You cannot avoid that particular questions. Okay, so you said select your wastewater treatment, yes, and then whatever is applicable for you for your STP, just opt for that. I'm talking about side info section. Okay, in case of wastewater section, when you will come, you have again the applicability on the top. If you are doing on-site treatment of domestic and then discharging or using the same in your own facility, select there is an option. If you are doing STP treatment and sending outside, another treatment. So we have a lot of options there. Based on that, you will get the question. So now tell me whatever the specific questions related to that, then come back to us. Like you can type it later on. And then Islam Tarikul, does your facility have backup plan? Is there emergency related to? Can you please explain the emergency? Okay, what happened? We are working 24/7. Okay, most of the big factories I'm talking about, and it's for the industrial. So what happened during, sometimes it happens our tanks are breakages or our pumps are not working, our diffusers have not working, our filters have choked. Okay, in those conditions, you cannot treat the water. Okay, so if you cannot treat the water, what is your process to make sure that you should not send any water or any wastewater without treatment to the environment? Okay, so that is why we need to have the backup plan. What kind of backup plan could be? If you see in the HIGG, it will start with the production stop. Uh, but 99.9% nobody would like to stop the production, because if you are doing the dyeing and you immediately stop the production, in those conditions, your whole lot is going to be deteriorate. So there are some other options as well. Like you can keep some spare tanks, like till my work is not completed of the ETP breakdowns not manned out, I will take those wastewater, keep in some separate place, and then repair my wastewater treatment plant and then send again back to the treatment plant the water which is there in the holding tank or the spare tanks. Okay, this is one way. There are some other, like we can have the excess capacity equalization tank, where we can think about, like I have almost like half day I can keep extra without treatment. So these are some other backup. We could have a secondary treatment where we have some extra time as well. We can have some outside people, like industrial wastewater treatment places where temporarily we can send it out. Okay, so there are so many ways we can hold the water, wastewater, till we have complete with our what do you say, complete our repair work of the ETP. So that is what it is asking about. What is your plan? So the idea is like you should not send anything untreated even if your ETP is not working. So that is the idea behind that. Can you please explain it? Okay, so these are all the questions. Now we can go to the air emission section. Okay. So air emissions again, what I have noticed, like air emissions from the last year, this is much better, much refined, and uh, we can really have a good score as well in the air emission if you are working properly. Because last year what I have noticed, like the questions were uneven. Like how come level 2, level 3 questions are like single questions, where like almost 75% of the question lying on those area. And if anything went wrong, like the entire module going into the level 1, or like entire score was shifting from like very good score to almost like average score. That was the condition of air emission last year. But now this year they have really improved the systems, the questions, and it's again talk about a lot of chronology, which will really make sense, and it is the way how we need to improve. Okay, so let me go one by one. There are some little bit introduction background as well. I just wanted to give, and I want to spend a little bit more time in air emission, because I have a lot of questions again in air emission for the clarification of doubts. Like how do we put the value? What the kind of like like the annual amount calculation, or like how do we make sure that what type of pollutants we have. So let's go into the detail right now for this particular session. Okay. Polytechnic are here in the 4.0 version. You can find point source, fugitive source, mobile source. These three type of things. You are the details what you'll have to fit in your system. Okay, point source are nothing but which is having stack something like this. So stack emission like chimney and all, if you have, that is all point source. So means from one point the air emissions coming out. Okay. Then second, it is like fugitive air sources. That is like when you open a drum of chemicals, you probably would have a smell. Okay. So that is a fugitive emission which you cannot control. Okay, number one. Probably you would have noticed when you have like new painting at your home, there's a kind of smell. Okay, these are all nothing but the VOCs, and sometimes these are the fugitive emissions which you cannot control. Okay, and sometimes when we do the printing, the curing, printing, curing, you can get some kind of smell. So these are the things which is come out during the production. Those are nothing but the fugitive where we cannot control, and these have no single exhaust point. Okay, now third is non-stationary type, that is mobiles emission sources. For example, if you have the vehicle, probably you can figure it out. Like this year when we have talking about the energy, in energy we had uh, what do you say, in energy we have like, especially we have something for uh, company owned or controlled vehicle. Okay, so everything it is there here in company owned vehicle as well. So that's why it has been added like mobile emission source to be included, because that vehicle is roaming across our own facility. Okay, and two things need to understand again, that is facility operation and production. Okay, this is very common word. Operations means when operation means those equipments which is going to help you out for your production. So those are the operations. Production means production. If you're a dyeing unit, dyeing product, dyings, printings, and all your production, cut to pack, these are all your production. Okay, operation is your boiler, generator which you use to run your production. Okay, so this is how the difference between emissions and production. And then these are the air pollutants what you can see right now. They have like, these are the things what we are expecting being in your inventory. When I say inventory, so this could be your inventory. Okay, so for the operation, these could be your inventory. For production, these could be of your inventories. Okay, so for operation, particulate matter, NOx, SOx, CO, carbon monoxide, VOC, HAP, these are the things what they have given. And for the for the emittent from the production, we have furthermore. Why? Just for your information, PM is very simple. We can get in many places. For example, spinning, weaving. Where is the dust particle, a physical dust particle? What we say? Okay. NOx, SOx. NOx, SOx is basically like when we have the nitrogenous compound. Usually, uh, in case of operation, it is the diesel which can give you this NOx, SOx kind of things, even carbon monoxide. Okay, if it's not burned properly. But in case of production, for example, if you see, we have the nitrogenous compound as well in our chemical. Let me go in very simple way. For example, the cationic agent. That is, those are cationic is nothing but the positive, which is actually quaternary ammonium based compound, which is nothing but having the nitrogen in it. Sulfur dioxide, you won't find sulfur in your textile processing except the sulfur dyes, whatever we do for the cotton. But otherwise, if it has in combination or formulation, probably you can get the socks. Where we can get, obviously nearby the dyeing, nearby the stenter, the printing machines. There you can get like curing machine, I would rather say, these type of elements. Particulate matter, mainly spinning, weaving. Okay, in even your cut to pack factory where the layering is happening. So those areas is the more prone for the particulate matter. Carbon monoxide is again very common, which can be any like hydrocarbons. Whenever it's like during the curing, burning, it can give you this carbon monoxide. VOC, VOCs we can also get where we have the hydrocarbon organic compound. For example, during the curing or printing, we can get VOCs. In the storeroom, we can get VOCs. VOC are basically the like volatile organic compound, like which are very high pressure, low temperatures, for like vaporize in the air. So that is like VOC. Sometimes VOCs are harmful. That's why it has been considered over here. TOCs, the total organic compound, including VOCs, and then HAPTAP is basically toxic air pollutants. Usually we can get in the leather side or leather processing. We can get those type of those type of toxic air pollutants, especially from the fat liquors, returning agents, like these are the like chemicals which tannery people use on the day to basis. And then ammonia in textiles, we have like ammonia mercerizing. Obviously those type of plants are fully confined, but still there's a possibilities to have the ammonia. In printing we can get the ammonia. Ozone 3, that O3 ozone we can get in the in ETPs and all, and also we have the ozone treatment in the garment. ODS and all is part of your ACs. Carbon dioxide you can get in this, basically this CS2 and H2S. Purposely they have added this year to take care of those industries, especially the MMCF, the man-made manufacturing fibers industry, which is nothing but the viscose, copramonium viscose, acetate viscose, viscose rayon. So those productions having highly, release of these type of gases, CS2 and H2S. So for those type of industry, it has been included in HIG as well. Okay, so those are particularly for them, not for us. Especially the carbon dioxide is not at all like for us. H2S we can get somewhere in the ETPs and all, but not in the main productions. Okay, so these are like some of the pollutant which we can get. Why I was explaining this one, people doesn't know that what type of emissions they usually can get during their process. Okay, so it is your job to understand like what are your inventory. When I say inventory, mean what type of particulate matter, NOx, SOx, CO, tap you are generating. So that you have to you need to understand some basic common things we all know, like SOx, NOx, from where it has been come by the law. But yes, when it comes to the HIG, you should also know further into the detail what type of possibilities are there. Probably, I don't know if I would have some slide I would like to share with you, like from the weaving, from the spinning, from the processing, what type of pollutants can be released. Okay, so in air emission, again, what is the expected air completeness, accuracy, consistency, transparency, data quality management? This is no doubt common for all section, but for in air emissions and all, it has expected in much more in detail about like what are the things we have to have and what are the data what you are adding, because it's as you know, air emission and wastewater is nothing but like how you are controlling. It doesn't have improvement kind of thing. Okay, yes, there must be a plan, but predominantly these are the sections where we are trying to control our emissions. So unless and until you don't know what are the emissions you belongs to, it's very difficult you to control it. Okay, when if the verifier will come and start detecting, probably he start reducing the now, your score may get reduced because some of the elements or some of the what you say the inventory have not included. So that could not be, that should not be the case. Okay, so applicability questions, like what type of equipments you have right now. So you could have boiler, generator, whatever related to operation. I just wanted to tell you here, we made a lot of mistakes here in during filling. What I believe, sometimes uh, here this question is related to operation equipment. I can understand boiler, generator. Means I am talking in perspective to a textile person. Please understand. When I'll talk in terms of footwear person, the question would be different for those people. I believe most of you people are here who are sitting is from the textile background. So I'm discussing. I'm trying to figure out how you think. Okay. So boiler, okay, you will take yes. Combustion gas, gasoline, power pump. I don't think anybody would have selected this one. Industrial ovens, I think most of you select this one, but I don't know where in the operation we use the oven. Oven is for our curing or stanter, it is for our production. not for our operation. Okay, so that's why what I feel, this is not a production equipment, because our curing machine will be inside the production. Our curing machine or those like heating equipment agents are inside. Technically you should not select this one. So where we'll select, I'll come back to you. Heating and ventilation. Again, this is not for our textiles. Okay. So this is furnace. In our furnace, we are not using any furnace in our textile. We don't have any kind of heating ventilations here in our textiles. Refrigerant contained device other than ACs. Okay. Yes, AC we can refrigerants and all. I can say the chiller is used to cooling the machines and all. That's okay. ACs is okay. And other and all, it's all up to you. Okay. Now the question rises then where all these are using if I say no. Industrial oven. It is basically when you go to the footwear industries and all, you can get some of the industrial oven. But in some textile, I don't think in textile you will get, but other non-textile industry, people have this type of ovens, heating drying ovens for their products for the futures. Okay. Heating and ventilation furnace. For example, again, it's for the footwear industry who are making their own molds. Okay. Molds are the, probably you understand what is the mold. Like, for example, we need to make a size of like a large or medium size of a sole of a shoes. So for that we need a pattern. Okay, so for pattern we need a mold. So that type of mold sometimes in some footwear industry, usually they outsource these type of things. But I have noticed, I have seen in some of the factories, they also have their own furnace for molding their shoes. Okay, so they have mold making, not the molding machine. Molding machine would be part of production, but the mold making would be part of your operation. So those things are fit completely, means, we can say it's fit for those type of industry. For now, not our textile. Okay, so for what we will do in our textiles. So for the textiles, we have the process. Okay, conduct in the applicability section, you can see any uh, process which is for your productions. Okay, so for our case, you can say yes, we can do yarn spinning, weaving, yarn spinning or synthetic fiber spinning finishes. Okay, that is mechanical, chemical finishing. After not this is dyeing, this is dyeing, DYEING, probably I know. Okay, solvents, yes, we are using the solvents for many things, especially for the garment industry. They also use solvent. Even for the textile industry, like cut to pack, non-cut to pack, that production, we have a lot of solvent dyeing process, solvent bleaching process, or solvent pre-treatment process. A lot of things are there where we use the solvent, so we cannot avoid that one. Adhesive and cementing, it's not for us. Probably it is again for the cementing. What is basically for the footwear industry when they stick, yeah, their sole from the midsole. So those are the things, the process. These are their terminologies. Printing is common. Anybody can have adhesives. We can. Adhesive, sometimes I have noticed people when they do table printings or something like that, they put that, yes, I have the glue. Obviously you use glue to stick the fabric on the plate or the table. In that condition, I would not say this will be really work for you. Cementing is not your word, but yes, adhesive somehow you can use. But again, think about that, what type of adhesive you are using. If it is a really solvent based kind of thing where which can have VOCs, please use this one, because we don't have any other places to add those things. Okay, then printing is okay, dyeing is a tenter frame or other heating process. So all this curing process, you can say it's our heating process. So if we missed out something in the operation where we are not exactly get the curing word, technically they should give curing over here, which is not here. So then I would suggest, because the curing is our production process, not the operation process. So being a textile, we should use this one. Tenter is nothing but the stanter, or a heating process. We have the curing agents, whatever. You should select these sections as that particular point. Okay. Spot cleaner, spot cleaner, spray chemicals, paints. If we are using, probably we are not using spray chemicals. Yes, for the spray dyings or all, it's okay. But the paints and all is basically for those industry like non-textile industry, they use for their articles. For example, as you know, this is not only for textile. This HIGG is gaining broad, like for example, if they are, if a factory is working for a kind of what do you say, outdoor industry, like who make tracks, t-shirt, football ball, like outdoor industry, you can say Adidas, Nike, Puma, this type of and what we have right now, M&S and all these brands are apparel industry. Okay, so those type of outdoor industry, they have some articles where like bat, ball. If somebody is making like sticks and all, for that it's need to have the paint, spray chemicals, and somebody is going to do, because they are also comes under in the requirement of HIGG. So their supply chain is this type of industry, and there you can get this type of paints and chemicals. Probably in textile, when you make for the maintenance and all, those maintenance chemical planes, please do not select over here. Okay, other sources of ODS, PM, that's all. If it is there with you, just select it all. MMCF, man-made cellulosic fiber, probably it's not for you, it's only for the viscose industry. Okay, now come to the question number one. Has your facility create an inventory of all point source, emission source at your facility? Means what I was trying to say, whatever I will explain during those your PM SOX NOx, for that, for all the point source could be in production and also in operation. It's not only the operation, we have the point source. Also we have the chimney in the
Tesco
production.
cars also show is black or gray. Right is business.
Please mute. Yeah, thank you. Um, has your facility create inventory for all the point source emission sources at your facility? So this question, as I mentioned, is for all kind of point sources, whatever it is there in production, whatever is there in your operation. So obviously it could be SOX, NOx, PM, whatever is applicable at your facility. You have given the inventory, means these are the things which we are generating. Here, keep in mind, it's not asking for any quantity. Here is only the generations, like where, like from the from boiler, what you can generate for the printing, from the generator, what you can generate. Okay, keep in mind, for example, if you have a fabric factory, like uh, sorry, if you have boiler having coal, then in coal you can get PM, you can get some NOx, you can definitely get SOx, CO also you can get. So you should select all these four, what I would say. Other than that, it's not necessary to select for the coal boiler. For example, for the diesel you can set PM, SOx, NOx, CO, because when the diesel's getting old, or like so with the depreciations of the time of the equipment, those like pollutants may come out, especially the PMs and all. So that's why it is important to select all those four as well. For that, for the dyeing and printing, again you have to decide like what type of for the production, as I mentioned, it's the SOx, NOx you can get, not sorry, the PM you can get in weaving, in spinnings and all. So those things needs to be make sure that we should have all those at the place. Okay, uh, one second. Now, so you have to make like I'll show you one of the format where you can like use those format for your own purpose. Okay, here what is expected, that you have to be very sure about all the pollutants, whatever it is coming from your own system. If not, if you don't know, you can just put it on the chat box right now, so at least I'll try to mitigate those things then and there. Okay, otherwise if you won't do that one and a verifier come and check, oh, you have this one, so these are the like possible pollutant can come out from your facility, and you have not inventorized, you are ending with the partial yes question. Okay, now the second question, has your facilities created an inventory of all mobile and fugitive emission source at your facility? Now this is related to fugitive. Fugitive could be VOCs. What kind of VOCs you are doing? Miss, you are checking. Okay. Uh, HAP, TAP, toxic air, TOCs. These are basically the fugitive, what I have noticed. Okay, so you can also check fugitive for your SOx NOx once in a year when you do the ambient air. So in that, probably you also get these values SOx NOx inside the factory premises. Okay, So those also you can add on. I would request specifically for these productions and all. Sorry, if you get it, you should check nearby any production machine like Center, the curing machine. That would be better for you to really like demonstrate like yes, these are the only can be possibly come up at your facilities, and these all the detail you have to give. So you have to also give like whenever you select for socks, knocks or whatever, so you have to give like what are the source, which equipment, what are the pollutants, is there any legal limit? Legal, so far as legal is concerned, to be very frank, inside the production, I didn't find any kind of legal requirement right now in, especially in South Asia, I would rather say, because we have only legal raw for the boiler, generator, gensets kind of thing. In some places, it's ODS is also there. Some places, CO is also there. But apart from that, I don't find that anything legal binding for inside the production. And that is for MMCF, I would rather say, but not for the textile. Okay. So in case of mobile fugitive source, you could have again mobile sources. You can get it from the forklift, truck, passenger vehicles, mobile cranes, lifts, small engines. Okay, so these are the things what you have to select for your own facilities. Okay. Now this the next question is, your facilities compliance with all the legal requirements related to air emission? This question is a simple question. Is you have to just upload your test reports for as per the law, whatever is required for your own air emissions. Okay, so you just upload the test report. So these are some of the easy question I believe that you have to have like to be not to be leave for any reasons. Okay, and here again the catch is there. If you have like something like kind of a show cause notice non-compliances you have, then you have to show like what are the actions you did, like how we did in case of like uh, permits and all, where would have like there's a question like whether you have like, any kind of notice and all. So that is what it is linked with this question as well. So if that notice would be related to air emission, then you have to show your action plan here, and then you will end up with the partial yes. If you don't have the action plans, then it's all going to be no. Okay, so make sure that your all legal compliances should be okay and you have the test report to get this score. Okay, now question number 4, probably you would have noticed that, do you know what refrigerants your facility is using? So there are so many sub questions with all those like an option CFC, COC, HCFC. So these are type of refrigerants. Okay, in those refrigerants, probably you have your refrigerants come up. Like for example, when I say R22, that is HCFC. So they are the categories. Okay, so in CFC there are many. RRR is there. Similarly for CFO, SCF. So that you have to check, and then you have to check means first you should know. Here again, you should have the inventory. What type of inventory? Like list of the equipment, ACs, whatever you have, and then from the ACs you should know like what are the refrigerants is there. So from the refrigerant, because you can only get R22, R32, R410, R104 on your equipment. So from the equipment, when you'll get the data, Google it, you will get that whether it's a class of CFC, CO, HCFC, HCFO, that you have to find out, and you have to give like one by one all the data. Okay. So you so this is how you have to select these two sub questions. First, you have to select which one, and then on that which all you have to give it there. Okay. So ultimately, they are expecting you to give like the detailed information about the inventory of all your AC's refrigerants. Okay. Now, this question number 5, does your facility have preventive maintenance procedure in place to avoid refrigerant leakage from your equipment? Okay, this question was actually happened to be the last year, but nobody has taken seriously what I personally believe, because it was the question number 3, I believe, 3 or 4 in the 3.0 section, where the question has asked whether you have refilled any AC. 90% people say, no, we never refilled any kind of AC. From last 5-6 years, I have noticed nobody has refilled the AC, which is not the actual case. Okay, when you have the ACs, I have noticed like in 2-3 times, in couple of years, definitely we'll refill. And if it is a big factory, if you have 20-30 ACs like connected, definitely we would have filled. Okay. So by giving no, we were getting full yes. So everybody has given no last year. Okay. But now this year they have very specific to you to get detail of like what are the preventive maintenance. Because last year it was there how it is like when you say I have refilled some amount of refrigerants. Okay. Then there's the sub question. What is the maintenance plan? This is the sub question earlier. Do you have any maintenance plans just to make sure that there should not be a leakage in future? So, so for that, this one, like now in the main question. Okay, so now it is asking about what are the preventive maintenance procedure. So now you have to come up with a SOP procedure for the leakages, refrigerant leakages at your end. Okay, if you have any kind of leakages, so how you have to rectify it. So these are the records which is asking about. That's why I told you in yesterday, in case of there was one question, a maintenance question, like whether you have scheduled maintenance of all your equipment. So verifier would like to see this one only. Okay, show me your AC maintenance. So the moment you show your AC maintenance, you will come to know, he will come to know whether you're really taking care of the leakages and all that. So from one question, he can complete 4 questions, three or 2 questions altogether. Okay. It could be another case like you are doing AMC's kind of thing, the annual maintenance contract kind of thing. So those you can always show the data like what type of annual maintenance you have. When this guy came and then completed his work, is there any refrigerants that he has added? If he didn't add, please tell them to write no refrigerant added. Okay. Many times what we have seen in the AMCs, it's only the cost of the visit detail and the cost. They never given like how much quantity of refrigerants they have, they refilled. Okay. So make sure that whenever you have the AMCs, you be like very sure that we should also give the quantity of refill. If you have not refilled, just mention it no refill over there. Then this is okay for those people who are having the AMCs. Okay. So for the for AMCs and all, like for maintenance and all, what I would suggest, these are the points he's a verifier would like to see. What is that inspecting compressor operation, your refrigerant level checking, leak testing, inspection of motor operations, mounts, electric connection, pipes, wear tear, temperature recalibration, cleaning. So these are the things we usually do for the ACs, the air cons. So make sure that in your uh, what I would say, the report, the maintenance report, schedule maintenance report, this type of tick marks kind of things with there, like you can say, okay, we checked compression operation, we inspected, we have checked the refrigerant level, like that, make a boxes, which is really means whatever the format you're using in for others, you can use the same and add these points over there to make sure that yes, we are doing, we are like we are encouraging our system not to release any kind of refrigerants to the atmosphere, just to make sure we'll have this type of procedure. Okay, so that's you have to complete. You have to complete the checklist and keep it as a document. Now, question number 6: does your facility track refrigerant uses? Okay, now previously it was only the inventory it was asking. Don't confuse with this question and the previous question. Here they are specifically asking how much you have refilled, how much you have used. So those data you have to give it today, not today, sorry. You have to give on the record that whatever the refrigerants you are there and how much the quantity you have added. Okay, so that is what it is required here. The quantity is important, and that question, the refrigerants are important with your AC's detail. Okay. Uh, yeah, one thing is also important for you to get that, like what are the leakages percentage. Keep in mind, like what happened whenever we buy an AC. AC is a kind of closed loop system. Okay, when you buy an AC, there means it is expected that the refrigerant will not leak across the life cycle. You can imagine in the way, like probably you all would have the refrigerators in your home, the fridge, what we say. In the refrigerator, how many times you have refilled? Imagine, probably not a single time in a 15 years. This is the same like concept, or this is the same process what we have in the ACs as well. But we change the ACs refrigerant regularly. Regularly, what I would say, on yearly or in 2 or 3 years, definitely we will change those ACs and refrigerants. Okay, so in those conditions, like when it comes to our factory, it is due to the maintenance only these leakages happen. Because in our home we are not doing, no doubt we are not doing any maintenance, but we are not having any kind of like wear tear or any kind of like touching or like changing something over there. And then whatever the pipes and all are there, all are company fitted. Okay, but when we have the ACs in our factory, we do the excuse me, we have the separate split, and we have separate the AC content, and we connect it through the pipe, the copper pipes. Okay, so sometimes we keep the splits almost like 10 meters away from the ACs. Okay, and we keep on welding those pipes. So what happened when you do this type of weldings and connection, which is not company fitted? So in those conditions, what there's a high chance to get it leakages in due course of time. So if that is the condition, we have to have those uh, what I say, we have to have those refrigerant replacement frequent. Okay, so what HIG is telling that you should not top up more than 5% in a year, and 30% in the whole life cycle or lifespan of your refrigerants. What it means, like if you have like 100 sorry, you if you have 1 liter, let it be 10 liter would be more appropriate. 10 liter of refrigerant is there in your AC. So every year you should not replace more than 500 ml. So this is how it is like 5% what it is expecting. Okay, so if you have more than for the whole year, you should not replace more than 3 kg. Means when we say the whole life cycle, we can consider like one AC can last for 6 years. So in 6 year, you can say 1 year it's 5%. So that's why it's 30%. So 30% maximum we can have the leakages what is expected. Okay, this is what the general figure. But usually what I have noticed in many cases, like we replace almost like 20-30% every year. Every year we replace 20-30%, which actually contributing to the GHG emission factor. Okay, when you will be take targets on your GHG emission and all, this is the most difficult way where we have to control the emission, that is the refrigerants and all. Because we would not have control in these type of refrigerants leakages, and their GWP, the global warming potential, are very high. 1 kilo, like I'm just comparing it, probably the global warming potential we'll check with reference to carbon dioxide. So that's why it's a kg CO2s and all. So when we are talking about the refrigerant GWP, the GWP of carbon dioxide is 1. And every what do you say, every gases have their GWP with compared to CO2. So if CO2 is 1, probably methane is 928 and NO2 is 25. And then when we compare the same global warming potential of this refrigerant, it's almost 1500. Now you imagine. So 1 kilo of your refrigerant is giving it's around 1000, 1 multiplied by 1500, and 1 kilo of your CO2 is only 1 kilo. So now you can understand 1500 times it is how you are impacting your emissions. So that is the reason why we need to understand what are the leakages. The best way, at least start calculating the leakages from year on year basis. Okay, And then later on you'll work on that, like how we'll control that one. Okay, so first you have to make sure that how do I reduce my leakages, then it makes sense for go further, because I believe currently no one is doing this one, and you have to work on this for the future. Okay. Now, question number 7. Are you monitoring or reporting against any industrial guidelines or tools for air emission additional to legal requirement? Now, this question is a definitely level 1, like how we have in wastewater. This is also in these are also here uh, uh, in uh, in air emission, where this question is no marks, we'll get the marks in level 2, where we are expecting, or we are means facilities are encouraged to also go beyond the legal requirement. So if you are like following any of them, like position paper or mmcf or any other, so you have to have, like, you can use their norms. mmcf is not again for you, so you have only the position paper details, whatever is available right now. Okay, so this is as per your wish and will, obviously. Now we are in level 2. So level 1 completed with like tracking. Level 1 not tracking. Level 1
Sir,
completed.
here, sir,
Yes.
this question may be used by JDC guideline, question 7.
ZDSC guideline. This one.
JDC air emission guideline.
Yeah, this is they have given ZDSC air emission is one of them. Okay. If you have some more other, you can also use that one. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay.
Okay.
ZDSC is one where they are working, ZDSC people working on air emissions, but I didn't find they have really come up with their air emissions detail right now, except MMCF. They have all norms for the MMCF, that is man-made cellulosic fiber. That is they are like complete with that. But for the textiles, specific to textile, they don't have these things right now. Okay, they do have the air emission position paper where we can get some data that CO, SOx, NOx, PM values are there progressive. That's all what we can follow right now. Okay, so this is one of them. And excuse me, if you are having some other as well, if you know like European regions, if you feel something which is more stringent, something related coming to the reach, or somebody they have like released something, or the German laws are there, something which is more stringent, you can use that one as well. It is not only asking for ZDSC. Okay, but when you select ZDSC, then you will have to give other ZDSC answer as well, which is easy for them to like give you as a question. Okay, because this question number 28 is again related to the same what you have selected. Yes. So for example, if you have selected yes for the for JDSC, then you have to follow the JDSC guideline and you have to respond this question. If you are following German laws and German stringent air emissions, so you follow for this question 2.8, you have to follow those pollutants. Okay. Uh, okay. Now, does their facility track the total emission yeah, this question is related to now the quantity. Now you have to give the quantity of your all point sources. What are the point sources? The first question was related to inventory. Now this is quantity. Inventory, what you did, you notice that yes, I have PM, SOx, NOx, anything have tap, whatever I have, these are the things which is point source I have, you have inventorized. Now the question is that in the whole year, how much you have, the quantity you have released. So this is the, like, now here the things are complete. Here you have to give the quantity in the whole year, how much quantity you have generated. Okay, in the whole year, how much emissions quantity you have generated, that is in terms of kg. And like how the things will come, it will be more or less like for example, you inventorize, I have from the boiler SOx, NOx, PM, CO. I have from the generator SOx, NOx, PM, CO. I have from my engine SOx, NOx, PM, HAP, tab, whatever may be. Okay, now this question, that was the inventory, but I'm just telling you now, this is like what is the quantity now, what you have made for the whole year. So now you have to give the quantity as well. So how much SOx, total SOx from boiler, from generator, from engine, add all the SOx and tell, okay, I have 600 kilo of SOx. Similarly, how much NOx? I have 500 kilo of NOx throughout my facility from all point sources. Clear? This is how this question is all about. So you can also give like whatever the pollutants you have, and then based on the total quantity what you have for those particular pollutant. Okay. Now there are some questions as well. Is there pollutant emitted from the facility? Yes, no. Is the pollutant regulated by government agency? 99% yes in case of point sources. Was your total emissions quantity of pollutant for the all sources calculated in the reporting year? That is for this year verification for 2023. How much SOx, NOx, PM totally you have uh, calculated? Means whether you have calculated or not, yes or no, you have to give. Otherwise, this will be hide out. So here when you say yes, I have calculated, then here you have to give the quantity. How much is the quantity? And then methodology you can say by the test report, by mass balance, anything you can use to check the quantity. Okay. So again, there are myths. The quantity, how do we measure? We can directly measure by the samplings, how we do usually. Engineering calculations, like by the equipment, type of fuel, from the fuel, how much is when we burn 1 liter of fuel, how much it's come out. So that is the the engineering calculation. Mass balance, it's like if we have used that much quantity from the quantity, how much is the goes for the SOx, how much is goes for the NOx. Those are the mass balance based on the fuel analysis. Okay. And then you have to report it for the whole year. Okay. So now another question, the similar way, does your facility track total amount of uh, quantity for all key pollutants from the emission from the production? This question is tricky because here you have to give the VOC quantity, and I have many questions for like how do we check the VOC's quantity, the annual quantity. There are many ways. Again, the testing, if you see in the what the test we do in the factory, it is basically the adsorbent type of testings we do. Means somebody from the test house will come. He'll keep the absorbent as the place where we have the possibility of the VOCs and all. He'll keep for 6 hours, 8 hours, 4 hours, and take out those absorbent, and he'll take in the laboratory. He'll desorb with the GCMS. GCMS, it's a instrument, mass spectroscopy. So spectrophotometer. So after GCMS, they will get the how much is the what you say, the formaldehyde, how much is the benzene, how much is the methyl chloride, how much is the carbon tetrachloride, how much is the tetrachloroethylene. So those are the VOCs or acetone or xylene or whatever may be the VOCs you are asking to produce them. They will give you, that is the absorbent. It will be in ppm. There is another way, that is PID method, where we can have those values from the like a real time value. So you have the portable meter where it will give you a combined, it will not give very specific, it will give you combined VOC value, and that value you can get the real time. So there's a kind of small apparatus like, pH meter, so there's a VOC meter as well. So there, this will give you the real time. Okay. But what we receive again is the GCMS based uh, uh, test reports from our test house. Okay, so how do we do that one? Okay, now the question is how we'll make the quantity, how we'll calculate the quantities. Okay, so calculation of quantity, obviously, if you see the HIGG, it is a simple method, and that is only work for PID, not for the adsorbent. What are these methods? Like for the PID, you can get the airflow, and then it's simple operating times and emission concentration, that is PM. If you multiply, you can get the quantity, that if it is PID one. But the moment if it is the absorbent one, you cannot get one. So for that, like there's another way for that. Uh, if you want to really get the what do you say, the VOC, I would suggest you check in your inventory what are the chemicals are having what are the chemicals having volatile material, what are the chemicals having the volatile concentrations. Okay, so those chemicals in MSDS you will get the information about like how much kilo per liter it is it's generating as a VOC. Okay, from the volume, sorry, from the quantity for the whole year consumption, you can get the total quantity, how much it has been released. I think probably you are not getting. Probably I believe because I'm just speaking, I'm not showing you something which really can happen. Just give me a second. Let me show you some other screen. Let me check if I have some data available. Just let me know. I think my screen is visible, right?
No, Roshan, looks blank. Oh, it's coming now. Yeah, it's visible. Yes, yes.
Yeah, MSDS, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
So this is a kind of a MSDS of one of the spot cleaners which we use. Okay. If you go and if you see the section number 9, right? Yeah. Here you can see here the product contained maximum VOC of 795 gram per liter. Okay, so for the VOCs, this is one of the simplest method for you to understand. Okay, now you can understand that this particular product is giving 795 gram of VOC per liter. Okay, so you can definitely know in the whole year how much quantity or how much liter I have consumed. From that consumption, you can simply get that, okay, multiply that. If you have 100 liter, so then 795 sorry 79.5 kilo around I have generated the VOC. This is one of the method to get the the VOC's content. Okay, so or volatile content. This will give you a kind of idea of the volatile contents and all. And also you can understand, like, from the MSDS itself, somewhere we can also get the information about vapor pressure and the uh, like the temperatures as well. Okay, you can see here all are matching with our requirements. uh, 1 second. Yeah, probably I'm not sure whether I have for the VOCs. What is VOC actually? Mm, yeah. Here you can see the vapor pressure is like 0.01 kPa. It's almost like 101 Pascal and less than like 250 degrees centigrade. At the sorry, yeah, this one is 100 the vapor pressure and then 103 kilopascal. So these are like the parameters what we have. And if you check here, okay, so vapor pressure, yes, it is less than 0.1. It's zero point 0.1 something what we have seen. And then it has also the temperature is less than 250. Okay, you can see like, yes, why I am trying to tell you this one. If this guy, if a supplier will not give you this detail from here, from the boiling point and the vapor density, or sorry, vapor pressure, you can understand probably this could have some kind of VOCs generated. Okay, and the third way to confirm is obviously you go and check their components as well. So you can get the components detailed from here. Where is that component? Section 3 you can get. Yeah. Here you can see this is a hydrocarbon. C12, C9 to C12 alkanes, isoalkanes, cycle aromatic. Okay. What is VOC? Volatile organic. Okay. I'm explaining to a person. I'm explaining to the person who is not very good in chemistry. Okay. So please bear with me. I'll tell you a simple tricks over here. Okay. Hydrocarbon is a organic. Okay, when you get this carbon and hydrogen is nothing but an organic. So it's an organic material. That is, I'm for sure. So VOC is only present in hydrocarbon.
Hello, Roshan. Friend, can you hear Roshan?
Hello, I think the screen is freeze.
So,
Yeah, I think
yes.
some network issue with the Roshan. So let's wait for some time. Yeah.
And I hear
Is disconnected.
Hello, Ron. Please wait for some time until Roshan joins.
sound not clear.
Hello.
Yeah, Roshan, you're audible
Is it
now.
okay? Now it's okay. It's clear.
Yeah, yeah. It's clear now. So
Okay.
the screen is too visible.
Yeah, screen is not visible. I know. I'm just trying because I've just disconnected with due to some technical issue. Okay.
No worries,
I'm
no
trying.
worries. Yeah.
Roshan
I'm
bhaiya, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Baba. Okay. Let me try to share my screen. My screen is visible now.
Yes, Ron.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you. So can anybody say like I was there only in the MSDS, right? So I didn't understand like where I disconnected. I think let me explain you from the beginning, like how to check the VOCs again, like with the simple terms. Okay. So for example, this is one of the chemicals like a spot cleaner of which we wanted to check the VOCs. Okay. And then when first things to confirm whether it's a hydrocarbon or not, that is go to the mixture and check whether it's like C hydrogen and carbon. If it is there is a hydrocarbon, so at least this type of heartbeats only hydrocarbons can VOCs. So volatile organic compound hydrogen. So one confirmatory I got that from here, like it's a hydrocarbon where I can see this is a like kind of things. And if not if not possible, you can also go and check this EC number. From the EC number, you can get lot of information. Probably this particular compound doesn't have any CAC and CAS number, but they have European Council number. So, so this number is going to help you out to at least get the property of the of these chemicals. Why I am telling you, because most of the times what happen, these suppliers, their MSDS are not updated. You may not get all these details very accurately. Okay. And finally, we'll have to land up in the testing of the product by for the VOCs. Okay. That is expensive. This is adding to the cost. Okay. So just to avoid all these things, you can see from here, like it is a hydrocarbon which can release carbon that is it's organic, so it can release VOC from EC number. Even if we can get this number from there itself, we can understand like what is the physical properties. From the physical properties, you can understand like what could be the possibility if uh, uh, the possibility or the possibility to be as a VOC. Not all the hydrocarbons having VOCs. Just keep in mind something which is having those properties like less than 5. Here you can see that kilopascal, which is for us, which required 0.01. Lesser is the better. So it's going into the lesser side. This is the trend. Less than 250 degrees centigrade. Again, this have the same. So probably this can generate VOC. Okay. And here they have like they have given very clearly that 795 gram per liter could be the VOCs. So from here you can understand like for the whole year how much you have used. You can say I have released that much of VOC. It's a simple calculation. Okay. Now another calculation where you can think about uh, 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 like for the real time what we have just seen for the real time, like from the instrument you can get the flow, and you can have those values what we were discussing here just uh, in the presentation. So this is another way, this one. This is another way for the checking of the air emissions, that is airflow and the operating time. Okay. Now there are the challenges. I want to add on some more time for this particular point because I have got a lot of questions. Okay. For the spot cleaner, for the garment factory, life is easy. Okay. They have these things, they can easily give you the VOC. No need to check. But for the safer side, you can always check once nearby your spot cleaning area. Done. What will do for the factories, like who are doing the dyeing, printing, finishing and all. Okay. For them, the life is difficult. Which are the, they have to again scrutinize their own inventory. In the inventory, how much is that like the chemicals which could generate the VOCs? Okay, so they have to go and check those chemicals because still what we are checking, product name, probably the hazard information in the CIL. I would suggest now also look for the section number 9 for these factors like VOCs factor. Which type of chemical can give, let's now narrow down the chemicals. Which type of chemicals can give the VOCs? Printing chemicals. Okay, if you are doing the printing, those areas you can think about like we are having the VOCs. Okay, so the simple way, in the simple way, what we can think about, like take out all those binder, thickener, thinner, and then some pigments, obviously. So those special chemicals which is using for your printing, please check their MSDS and all. No doubt, even I have checked those MSDS, non-traditional one, they will not give you any information. They will not give you any information. I have seen, then you have to push it from them, get the declaration. It doesn't have VOC, but believe me, you'll get some declaration. You'll get that. You'll get some VOCs as well from them as well. Okay. First, if it's the traditional supplier, you can get how much volatile material is there and life is easy. So how you will have to calculate, suppose we found 5 chemicals having VOC. So how much quantity we have used in the whole year, multiply by the kg per liter kind of things, the concentration, you will get the total VOC emission. This is how for those which is having in the factory. Okay. So for the factory, you have to understand like bit complicated. Okay. Now there's another way, very crude method, which I'm trying to tell you. Okay. It's a methodology, I would rather say. It's not like somewhere it has written. These are whatever I've told it. It's there in how to HIGG and the way you can get it done. Okay. Yes. What are the concentration you have to take? Like what how to HIGG has told. Like for example, sorry, here. For example, in how to HIGG, what it is written for your information. If it is giving concentration of the material is 60 to 100% if it is giving. So you have to consider the highest one. So that's the reason why I told the total quantity of what you have used. That is the 100% concentration you consider, not the 60%. And from the 60%, then you have to calculate on the pro rata basis. No, always go for the higher percentage. 100% means take how much kilo of the same chemicals and the same like quantity of VOC generated, multiply and finish like the quantity generated what we have just seen in section number 9. This is what for this one. But if you don't have these data, for example, how do we get these things from the test reports, or how do we get it from a very crude method, a crude methodology, what I can say, which we could, because we have now very less time and we have to give some reports. Okay, what I would suggest, you definitely would have your test report of VOC, which will be based on the absorbent value, probably the formaldehyde or benzene or something, whatever you ask the test house people, like how much time you have kept my the absorbent at my place, because in the testing method either you can keep for 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. Okay, so you can understand like you can get like from the 8 hours you are getting how much concentration of your VOC. Are you getting me on what I'm trying to say? The absorbent, the test report, whatever the test report is telling is the concentration, that is ppm value. Okay, you have to ask the supplier like how long you have kept. Okay, this concentration, like the concentration is talking about a duration, like in 8 hours it is showing this much concentration kind of things. Okay, so obviously you extrapolate this 8 hours to 2000 hour or the number of hours you have worked for the whole year. Okay, so that is what we are talking about, the quantity. If somebody didn't understand, they can unmute and ask right now. Okay, or put it on the chat box, which I'll see you later on. Okay, this method with the finally, I told three methods. One is PID, which is like directly you can get all these things using this estimation technique. Now, second, I told by showing the MSDS, for example, you have the spot cleaner, go check the section 9, you can get VOC's details or ask from that how much VOC is generated from the supplier and just calculate how much the whole year you have consumed, finish it off. Okay, but uh, for third one, like from the test report. Okay, from the test report in 8 hours, like whatever the concentration they have given, it will be of some duration. Okay, so you can understand if a stanter machine has run because during the testing or the sampling time, obviously your stanter machine was running. Okay, so he kept or she kept, test house person kept for 5 hours, or sorry, 4 hours or 6 hours. Okay, for example, he kept for 6 hours. 6 hours each stanter was running, and we are getting this much VOCs. Okay, if stanter running for 2000 hours or 800 hours in a whole year, then you can understand how much we would have get in the whole year. Okay, so that is how you have to take out the crude calculations. Okay, so if somebody didn't understand, just let me know. Okay, I'm going further, and you put your questions as well over there, because the only thing which I've got a lot of questions is that for the VOC calculations.
Hello.
Now, yeah.
Hello. Good morning.
Yes.
Sir, would you
Yes. Good
please
morning.
explain about airflow?
Airflow. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the volume. Like milligram per normal meter cube. This is the unit of the airflow. You can get it in the test report in stack emissions and the stack or like point sources. You will get those values. For VOCs, you will not get this one because again it is absorbent type. So then you have to ask for the timeline what I have told. So this is possible if you have a real time or if you have a point source, then only you will get the airflow value. Okay.
So in that case, how could we calculate just emission concentration and operating time, right?
I got your question. Just a second. Let me go further now. I have something. Please make a note. Probably I'll request Mani or Himadri to share you this file as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Can you see this Excel on the screen?
Yeah, yeah, it's visual.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Now you see this is a typical inventory what you have to make. Okay, these are, for example, we have the boiler. We have the test report having boiler, having SOx, NOx, PM, CO. These are the value which has been given by the test house. Okay, so test house has given in ppm. Usually we'll get in ppm, mg per meter cube. Okay, there are another method. Probably in India, people have that kilo hour kind of thing that is for the generator and all what you have to convert into ppm. So first thing you have to get all the concentration of your pollutants. Okay, either boiler or generator, whatever, even engines and all, whatever is there, you have those concentration. And the flow rate, this is the stack flow rate. It will be in meter cube per second. Okay, you can also get it in the test report. If not, ask the supplier, the test house people. He will give you these values. Okay, or even your person who is running the boiler, he knows this stack flow rate. Okay, but what I always prefer to ask is from the supply, from the test house people, because during their sampling, what was the flow, they know from their own instruments. Okay, so that is the reason why ask to ask, you have to ask them. That will be in meter cube per second. Okay, so this value, these two value you can automatically you can get. Okay, and then let me. Okay, temperature is have no calculation, means no impact on the calculation. So this is the this is like how much from this two. I have a calculation. You can see from the here. This is the answer for from these two. I have the factor like this mg to kg has changed, and the second to hour it has changed. So that's why this meter cube has been cancelled. Okay, so now it is kg per hour rather than mg per second. So it's a conversion only. So from this calculator, I got that how much hourly, how much kg of as SOx we are generating per hour. Okay, this is calculator. Okay, then I know how long my this my boiler has how much I have run the boiler in the whole year. Okay, so for example, if it is like every day 8 hours and I have worked for 302 days. Okay, so 2416 hours. So from there I've calculated like how much is the total I have generated. That is 5218.56 SOx per year. And that is what it is asking now. The question is asking this value. Any question?
So, as boiler has flow rate directly for VOC, how could we assume flow rate?
This is not applicable for VOC. Yeah, you are right. This is not, this is these are the testings what we are doing for the point source or the real time source. Okay, if you have, VOCs, as I mentioned, there are two ways to check the VOCs. One is the real time. You have one like something probably when you do the emission checking of your vehicle, you have those probe and then that will give you the real time checking. Okay. Similarly, instruments are available, that PID instrument, which will give you a real time VOCs. Okay. And that you can buy it by yourself, and that is like around, I believe is around $100 or $200, something like that. Okay. That is, there you can get the flow rates. Okay. And if you get the flow
Sir,
rate,
this calculation is only point source emission.
yes. Yes, this is because you will not get stack flow for the VOC, as she rightly said. Okay, in your test report, because test house people are not doing real time for the VOCs. Understand? Hello? Okay, so for that the method is different. That is GCMS method, which is absorbent. What they will do, they will take, I mean, they will have a probe or they will have a sampler. They will keep for 6 hours in front of your emission point, or like in your stentor or curing machine. Okay, so from there, like in 6 hours, how much is the what do you say, the concentration of the VOC that they will dissolve, and then they will get in the laboratory and give you the result. You will not get the stack flow rate in your VOCs reports. If you are getting, probably they would have done by the PID method. That is easy. So check with your test house people for this one. Okay. But
Okay, thank you.
99% you are not getting there. So that's why I show you the MSDS. In MSDS, probably you have understood, right? For the MSDS part,
Sir,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one,
yeah.
can
yeah,
I
go ahead.
share this report for my PVCs in HIGG APM?
Miss, it's a like you do one thing. You can attach if
Uh,
possible.
if I
Okay.
fill up all my data like this, air emission inventory,
Okay.
I can share it in my HIGG APM point
Yes.
emission
Yes.
source.
Yes. Yes. That's, you have to make it like this only. You can attach it there.
Verifier, verifier can approve it.
No, wherever data is asking, you have a paper. You have a place where you have to give how much kg you have, how much kg you have generated your socks, for example. So you have to give this, sorry, this data in the HIG portal. Okay, this inventory you keep it as a backup to show the verifier, because
Yeah,
there it is asking about the quantity. You have to give the quantity. These are the quantity, and these are the backup calculations. So socks will not only this socks, probably the generator socks also you have to add this one plus that one or another source. So total socks, whatever you have generated, you have to give in the single place value. In the single place, all value addition. Are you getting me?
yeah. In my premises, 12 boiler and 8 generator. So I calculated all
All.
socks,
So
all
all boiler
socks.
1, boiler 2, boiler 3, boiler
Yeah,
4,
yeah.
all boiler socks,
Uh,
knock socks,
all
boiler 1
boiler
socks,
socks.
boiler 2. All total socks
Yeah.
you have to then
Total
calculate,
socks and
and then
input
you put
in
in the
HIG APM.
socks in the HIG. Yes. Are you getting me now? Can we move?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Oh,
sir.
thank you. Okay. Where I was. Okay.
Hear me?
Any question?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, go
from
ahead.
Realitex Limited.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
If every year we made a test indoor air quality test report by a third party, can we upload this in the HEC portal?
Ambient air is not asking over here. Ambient air is, please understand, there's a confusion. I know. HIG is very specific with the production and operation. When it comes to operation, you have
Okay.
the stack and all. You can, I think I need not to explain. Now, when it comes to the production, probably we give the what you say, the ambient air condition or ambient air report. But here it is very specific and necessary that we should check nearby those location. Your ambient air would be the same test report, I believe, what we are doing, but let it the location to be stentor, curing machine, storeroom, like that you have to check, then only we can get the fugitive value over there. Okay, one in one corner or at the gate,
Okay.
no. Clear?
Okay. Okay. I got your
Thank you.
points.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, so now we are going further. What is the time? We have 15 minutes and we have not yet completed air emission. Okay, let me go a little bit fast. Uh, just a second. Okay, does the facility track all emissions for the production? We were at this one only. Now the next question is like, yeah. Yeah, and now we are in level 2. In level 1, sorry, we are in level 2. Now there are further question. Has your facility established air implementation plan to reduce air emission for your facility operation? Okay, please understand there are two questions. One is for the operation and another is for the production. How do we increase the, like, how we improve our facility production plan for the air quality improvement? This question, how it will work, let me tell you. You can again think about from here itself. If this is a inventory which is in your inventory of the quantity uh, for your production, okay, for your emissions, I would say. So in that, for example, if you are getting higher value, means you would have one SOX value, let it be, let me give you an example. It would be easy for you to understand. Yeah. Now you can see, you consider when I say SOX, NOx, forget about this one. These are the total value. Please consider these are the total value of your factory. Okay. So now, excuse me. For this question, it is asking implementation plan to reduce air emission for the facility operation. What plan we will make and how we will make the plan. Okay. Obviously, whichever is in higher side, we need to reduce that one. Okay. So from here, we can see one thing, like PM is very high, comparatively high in my factory for the point sources. Okay, so my plan here in this question would be, obviously this one is for the 2022 then. Okay, to get the score in 2023, you should do it for the 2022. These what you say, the exercise. Why I'm telling you, because in level 3, if you have improved, then only you can get the score. Otherwise, you will not get the score. Okay, but here you can even select 2023 as well, but probably, but you will not get score in sorry, in level 3 for 2023 if you select in this these values. Okay, now first I'm considering these values for the 2022. Okay, in the 2022, I had these value of SOX, NOx, PM, CO, whatever maybe. In that, I have noticed like my AQI value for the PM is substantially high. Okay, so in 2022, I made a plan. How do I reduce the PM value? So by PM value, there are a lot of filters and all lot of things are available, which is you can just check and then get the plan. How do I reduce in my point sources? For example, if it is a like boilers and all, to reduction in point source, check maintenance of your back filter, check whether we can use ESP for the future or we can have ESP, electrostatic precipitator. Okay, those are the things which can really reduce the PM value. So the plan here should be the same. Like okay, I am planning for cleaning or changing my back filters to improve my PM quality. So that is the plan here. It is asking the plan should be the same like how we have plan in water, energy. What are the actions we are going to take? How much is the ROI? Not even ROI, how much is the investment? Who is the responsible person? Which are the deadline? How much PM I can reduce? So this is the plan. This is a new question has been asked in this module. Okay, so this is one, and then second is the production. Okay, now they are asking to reduce the implementation plan for the production as well. Okay, in the production process could be the same plus VOC. Please understand, in the production process, the point source is not only in the stack or in the operation, be very clear. Even if you have the chimney inside the production houses and all, you can have those point sources value like SOX, NOx as well, including VOCs. Okay. But if you are getting some VOCs and VOC is like above the quantity, above the like, the limits, or like it's in on the higher side, you can think about VOC reduction as well. Otherwise, if you have SOX, NOx data, so you can use the same for the SOX, NOx in this question. Now in production process, how you reduce the emissions? Emissions could be point, could be VOCs. Okay. For VOCs, there are carbon absorbent technology, CAPs and all are available. Okay. For point source, it's a ESP, back filter, a lot of things are there. For SOX, NOx, we have scrubbers. So based on that, you can think about your plan and then you can reduce it. Okay. So I was talking about like it was in the 2022, what is my values, and based on the value, I made my plan in 2022. Okay. You can also make for the 2023, but you will have less marks probably in the next section on the level 3. Okay, so these two are like this. Now question number 11. Sorry, are you monitoring reporting against tools air emission additional to yeah, this is the like upper versions of like what we say for the question number 7. In the question number 7, we thought that we are following not only the legal requirement, but also above the legal requirement, that was JDSC or some German or some other like IFC requirements or IFC norms. Okay, so if that is there, then you can say yes, I am doing, and then you can move on, because there will be then sub questions available. Then sub questions is like, are you meeting the requirements? And if the meeting the requirements, if you are following the JDSC, then you have to say whether I am foundational, progressive, or aspirational. Okay, like that you have to make. Okay, probably the JDSC limits. Let me show you. I believe I have those JDSC paper with me. No, I'll show you those limits again. Give me the time for the lunch time. I'll come up with the limits as well. Let me not stop the presentation, because yes, in JDSC position paper, you can get the limit for foundational, progressive, and aspirational. So if you are testing are following these limits, you can opt for any of these, whatever is as per your test report. And that position paper is based on like CO, SOX, NOx, PM, with foundational value to pass, progressive value, and strategic value to pass. Okay, so based on that, you can use you can fill this data. I'll come back to you for the position paper limits later on. Okay. Now the question number 14. Now the question number 14 is, do you have a plan to have you already replace your current refrigerant ODP, GWP refrigerant gas? Now listen, till date, uh, please don't confuse with R22 again. R22 is banned. Okay, we are not at all talking R22 even in level 1. Okay, even if you have level 1 R22, you can change, you make your implementation plan and then move on. Okay, so that you can do. But for this question, the question is now, you are looking for something really low ODP GWP refrigerant. So what is this low ODP ozone depletion potential or GWP? There are now available with the 4th generation refrigerants, okay, which is better than R32, 410, 104 available right now. So this question is looking like, in future, are you planning for those type of 4th generation refrigerants also? You have to make a plan. So how you'll make the plan? I would rather say, if you have R22, think about only these values. So you can replace everything, not only to R32 or 410, think beyond that. So when you replace, you'll have to replace something is really new and really 4th generation. Okay. So this question is again asking for the planning for the refrigerants. Okay. And then Now, question number 15 was asking about, does your facility have a business policy procedure to have the best available technology? Means whether you have a best available technology or not, that is the question. Means whether you have a long-term plan, not available. This question is just your long-term plan for the best available technologies. There's a book by the European Union which will talks about industry-wise best available technology. For textile industry, I think it's very simple. Even they feel that cyclone filters are the best available technology. ESP is the best available technology. CAP is the best available technology. Okay, if you are using any of these things or you are planning to use, you are getting. This question is not for using. If you have planned, then you are getting score. Okay. If you're already using, you can always say we are having the best available technologies at our premises. Okay, so by automatically you are getting score over here. Okay. Then the next question is, has you now we are in level 3. Okay, so these questions have the same chronology. Now this question is asking about, has your facility made progress on your implementation plan to reduce air emission from facility operation in reporting year? Means like we had the implementation plan for the stack, what we were discussing for the operation initially. Okay, now they are asking like whether you made any progress. So that is the reason why I asked you to put 2022. If you have some improvement from 2022 to 23, you are getting score in this question. If you think only for 2023 for these planning, so you cannot compare here. So if you would have a plan for 2022, you would have get score here. If the things has been improved, means PM, if I see these reports, if the PM on 2022 has improved, means reduced from 22 to 23, you will get score here. This is the question. Okay. Now, question number 17. Sorry. Question number 17 is for the production process. 16 was for the operation and now is the progress. It's only the progress. It's asking about the progress, whether you have made any progress in the implementation plan, whether you have improved some of your technologies. So that is what it is asking. Like in production process, whether if you replace the high VOC content chemicals, so that's also we can consider as a progress, because the moment you reduce the chemicals or remove those chemicals, by default your quantity of use is going to reduce. So that is what the progress is all about. So if you change to the different chemicals which is having low VOC, this is also progress for the production process. So this is quite simple when you have this type of condition. But you have to demonstrate it. You have to prove that yes, previously in inventory we used to have those pot cleaner which is having high VOC. Now we have changed it this one. So from there in 2022 we were generating 300 kilo of VOC. Now we can generate hardly 120, 30, 40, whatever may be. So this is how the progress is all about. Okay, so if you have the 2 years data, we can get score from both level 1 and level 2 and level 3, that is here in this question. Okay. Now this question again now is related to, have you already replaced? Means if you have already lowered PGWP, means you have already fourth generation refrigerants, you are getting score here. That's what it is. So go and check all your refrigerants, whichever having the fourth generation, you can get score over here. Okay. Now question number 19, have you already utilized the best available technology for the air? Means you are already using cyclone. If you are already using ESP, you can say yes. You know, these questions are basically very scoring right now, because I have noticed, especially in India, Bangladesh, we are already using this type of best technology. So probably we would not have those conditions or those challenges. In fact, in case of like places like Turkey and Vietnam, also people are using the best technology, which is there on the book. Okay, so these are some easygoing questions in the air emission. Probably we can get score up to third level as well. Okay,
Hello, sir.
I think.
Hello, sir.
Who is this? Yeah,
Hello, sir.
please. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Is there any inventory to calculate air emission from refrigerants?
Refrigerant is simple.
Like
Whatever you have top up, that is
air,
your hello. Yeah, whatever you have top up, that is
yes,
your
sir.
losses. Yes, yes. For refrigerant is simple. Refrigerant is simple. The like if you have refill 4 liter means 4 liter is you have whatever you have evaporated. So just take 4 multiply by GWP. That much emissions you are releasing to the environment. It's simple, actually. So in the whole year, the whatever number. Hello.
Multiplied by which number, sir?
No, first is the quantity. When I say multiply,
Okay.
if you multiply the GWP, global warming potential value, it will give you the carbon emissions, that is kg CO2. Okay, which is not this question. To be very frank. When you have the kg, that is only is your inventory. That's all. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Suppose if you refill 2 kg of refrigerant, so 2 kg I have evaporated. So that is the losses is as straightforward as. So in the whole year, the number of ACs and the quantity of the refrigerant in the total ACs, whatever you did, that much you have evaporated. It's simple. It's actually simple for the refrigerant.
Actually, sir, we have a VAM machine, a vapor
Hmm.
absorption machine, and
Correct.
in this machine, we are using LIVR as a
Sir, I'm not getting your voice clearly. Can you please repeat it?
sir, sir, we
You
are
have VAM
using
machine. VAM machine is there.
VAM machine.
Yes.
Is it applicable for LIVR use?
LIBR is also a refrigerant. Lithium bromide is also kind of refrigerants. But are you regularly refilling that one?
In yearly, we are refilling it 50 to 100 liter approx.
Yeah, I know for the chiller. Okay, for the cooling purpose.
For to maintain its chemical property.
Properties.
Because
Yeah.
old refrigerant lose their property, so we have to top up it on a yearly basis at the time of annual maintenance of our chiller.
Yeah, that's what for the chiller.
Approximately
Yes.
50.
Yes. And how much is the total quantity? Miss, you are replacing everything for LIB, the whole
So,
LIB are changing, or like what is the
no,
quantity, the full
just
quantity?
uh, full quantity is approximately 600 to 700.
That's true. That's okay. Now you have to give that for 50 kg or whatever you're changing. You have to add it on. Okay. I'm not sure whether it's given in LIBR. I'm not very sure it is given, but LIBR is there in the refrigerant list. And not here. I'm not very
Okay.
sure. You just check whether it is there. Lithium bromide is there or not. If it is not there, leave it. If it is there, you just put it. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Just
Okay.
check because I personally I didn't check that one. Okay, whether it is available or not.
Okay. Last time in webinar of Mendes, I have asked this question to my trainer, and he probably I think you are there, and you have said that LIVR is also considered as a refrigerant, and we have to put it in our inventory list.
But it is not there, right?
Okay. Okay.
But it is not there, I
Okay.
believe. That's what I'm telling you to reconfirm. Usually what happen, LIBR is the absorbent, and for those type of chiller, water is the coolant. Actually, water is like, used for the acting as a refrigerant. Okay. If that is the system, you probably will not have to add this LIBR. You just type me, give me the detail of your machine specification. I'll respond to you later on. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Just put it on the chat box. 99% I'm believing it's not required, but still you just put it on the machine specification. So I'll come back to you. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Roshan, can we break for lunch?
Yeah, that's what
Instead,
yeah, this
yeah,
break time
break
only.
time. Yeah,
So we can have a break for 1 hour. Sorry, 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Sorry.
Okay. So we can join 1:10 IST time. Is that
Yes,
fine? Yeah.
you can just put on the chat box. They will.
Okay. Because it's already 12:40 now almost.
Yes,
So I
yes,
will,
yes,
yeah. So we'll join in 1:10 in India time. Okay.
yes,
Thank you.
Yeah. Namaste. Namaste.
yes, sir. Please.
Uh, Roshanji, last time when we have attended the meeting at Amanda's office at Bangalore, actually yourself and Himani has informed that the charts which we have will be posted on the website portal. But that also we have not received that time for the DSE.
Which chart?
That overall, what we are having, you have explained by like this kind of presentation. It was not come to us because you have already told that it will be passed to you for reference.
But you should ask Himani. Why you didn't
But,
asking Himani? Himani, you should
Himani
bother. You should bother her. Himani
no,
as more
because
as possible.
what
Because
you
she
have
bother you
promised.
for all work, right? So why don't you? She bother you for all the energy data. So why don't you bother her?
Okay, that is one
Speak to
thing.
her.
And then
Yes.
what other more suggestion? Because since you are a teacher or a coacher, better we will have a portal there in that like a room. We will discuss. Actually, definitely it will be more benefited.
Sir, you can initiate. I am always available.
That even if Himani is there in the line, sir.
I am not sure whether she is there. She has said she's not available right now.
But actually, what may happen? No, we people are from different locations, but we can able to hear your words. But even though it is going good, but even what I thought will be when we are sitting in a room or somewhere, we will go through with the laptops. Can we clear out our as per our doubts? It will be better to improve our knowledge as well as we can fulfill the FEM questionnaire. Self-assessment will be in a better manner.
Yes, sir. Why not? You can
now
initiate.
Actually, now we have completed our self-assessment portal for with all 100% score out. But still, we are having a doubt how much it will be correct, and then how we are going to. Okay, we are having certain level of documents, even though it will be better for that. But still, if you are having a direct bench to bench discussion, definitely it will be have a more effectiveness in this forum.
Yes, sir. You're right. Actually, you're right.
Yeah. I will try because since M&S is coming on the sustainability, will take more care on that. Definitely, they have to initiate such kind of process to betterment. Whatever if it may be, because since I am in office, because since we are in office, we are having lot of disturbance here and there. Somehow we have to attend the phone call. Somebody is coming and going. It will be there in the office when we are sitting here. But if we are related people are in the same one room, definitely the clarifications will be better and then effectiveness will be better.
You're right, sir. I think now money is there for Bangalore office. You can speak to him and he can. I'm available for everyone. Don't worry.
Yeah, because already the date was April 30 is the end of the date. Meantime, even if you are from South people, we can get it collected and we will once of all we will coordinate. Means definitely it will be better for improving knowledge as well as the self-assessment will be a better manner.
You're right. You're right. Actually,
It
in
has
fact,
to
I'm in South only, sir. I'm today only in South.
It has to be taken a little bit earlier. But anyhow, because from Bluewin you are already available, means definitely the M&S can take kind of good initiative to develop this technology.
Please give your suggestion to the team, sir. I think they will definitely work on that.
Definitely, sir. I will talk to them.
Yeah, Vijay,
Anyhow,
you can
we
contact
will,
me. I mean, anytime, so we can discuss in detail. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, let's
Thank you.
go for the break. I mean, lunch.
Thank
Then
you.
we can resume back. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
अजी रोशन जी क्या हाल है?
ऑल वेल सर, कैसे हैं आप?
क्या पूरा चेंज हो गया आप?
पूरी टीम बैठी है आज तो आपकी।
नहीं, मैं बैठा था अभी। ओके ओके, मैं जस्ट मैम ने अभी बुलाया, कह रहे लंच ब्रेक होने के बाद मिलते हैं।
ठीक, हो गया आप लोग का
नहीं
फॉर्म
मैं
फिलिंग
तो
हो
अभी
गया?
फॉर्म तो मैं तो जस्ट अभी रीच हुआ था, अभी मेरे को फिर फोन आया, साहब के पास जाना है मेरे को, अभी एमडी साहब बुला रहे हैं।
आपको हाई करने के लिए
हाई
आए।
करने के लिए आता जस्ट।
थैंक यू सर।
बहुत दिन हो गए ना, काफी टाइम हो गया शायद मिले हुए ना। चलो
Mani, are you there?
Yeah, Roshan, I'm there.
So we can start.
Yeah, we can start. It's already 3 minutes over. We can start. There are participants. We can start, I think. Yeah.
We can start, na?
You can
Okay,
call
okay.
me Ashok. Mani is my surname. Yeah.
Acha, okay, okay. So it's
No worries.
okay.
Afrin, you are there?
Yes, Ashok, I'm here, and yes, you can start the training.
Okay, okay, Roshan. You can start then. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes,
Roshan.
yes, sure. Sure. Okay, I just wanted to show this position paper like what we were discussing, and then we'll go back to the presentation later on. Okay, so this is the position paper what we have right now to show some of the benefits what we can show for our air emission. That is for like it's how it is, like it's for facility combustion for the solid, liquid, gas. There are different NOx values. So whatever is like is your test report. It based on the ppm. Okay, so based on the ppm, if your value, if you are using wood, if you are using coal, if you are using any solid other material, bagasse and all, so NOx will be, if it is NOx less than 200, then it will be aspirational. And the similarly for CO, if it is less than 100, it's aspirational. And if it is SOX, if it is less than 300, it will be so aspirational. So similarly for PM as well. Okay, so you have to follow this chart. Currently, I am not very sure like whether ZDSC have not yet approved any laboratory for the ZDSC air emission testing. So for the meantime, whatever is your laboratory is there, I think you can use for that, because I didn't find in this book any approved laboratory. So all your NABL or your 17025 laboratory can be accepted right now. Okay, so this is how you have to think about the beyond legal requirements what we were discussing earlier. Okay, let me go back to the waste now. Where is the waste workshop? Okay, let me go to the waste. Okay, okay. Waste is little bit lengthy, and but still I think that it's very systematic what they have done right now. So I don't think that you need this explanation. What is a type of waste definitions on which you know the things better. I'm just skipping those things right now. What are the important things in the waste? We'll fix on that one. Uh, Two things you need to understand in the waste. We have two type of targets we are taking. One is reduction in the waste, and second is preferred method for disposal. Okay, so similarly, let me one recap. In the energy part, we have another two type of targets. One is reduction in energy, and another is reduction in GHG emissions. Both were different. Okay, and then in water, we had reduction in blue water, increase in gray water. And in waste now, reduction in waste generation and improve in the disposal method, or preferred method of disposal, that what we have to select it. Okay, such as recycling, reusing. We will see further for in the detail. Okay, what are the things which has been excluded? That is medical waste. If you have, no need to add. Construction demolition project waste, not necessary. So make sure that if you are doing any kind of production, sorry, construction, and those waste like the building waste and all, or even the iron rods or like the waste from the buildings, please avoid those things. The idea is like, previously we used to add all these values and it was interfering with the actual waste generation. As you can understand, like in HIG, we have like how we are changing everything from production to domestic, uh, production to domestic in energy, in water, we have like production domestic with each like facility type, we have those type of segregation. So all these things already there. And so in the waste also, they don't want to interfere with any other kind of waste which is not of use for the production. So here purely we are looking for the production waste. So what is the disposal method in the HIG FEM? What we are looking now, reuse, like pre-post waste, whatever we can reuse. What could be the examples? For example, like for the polythene bags and the carrots and the racks, which we can use it, reuse it. That could be some example. Recycling, including upcycling. Recycle means you can understand paper to the paper is recycle, plastic to the plastic is recycle. But upcycle is when you make some good value from that particular waste. For example, how we have the example of from the PET bottles, we have the yarns, that is polyester yarns. So those are like upcycle where we are really getting the value. If we are making some bricks from our sludge and all, those are upcycle one. Okay, downcycle is another type of recycle what we consider. Let me very clear with you, there's a hell lot of confusion between recycle, upcycle, downcycle. So recycle, you have understood, paper to paper, plastic to plastic is the same nature is coming. Fabric to fabric, it's recycle. But the fabric waste, if it is going for any other work, like not for the fabric, for the home furnishing work or for the fillers, it's not the upcycle. That is not the recycle, it's downcycle. Okay, so whenever like spinning waste and all, whatever the fibers we give it to the quilts makers and all for the fillers work, those are all down cycle. If it is like the fabric waste going for the home furnishing, the doormats and all, these are the down cycle. Okay, all are preferable, no doubt, but these are the definition what we have to consider. Okay, recycle means recycle. That is for the same origin. Now this is the second stage. First is the preferred one, what we have learned for. Now this is a least preferred option, that is incineration with energy recovery for non-recyclable one. Means if you are non, what are the recyclable one? For example, the waste which is not able to recycle, for example, the sludge. If we cannot recycle some chemical waste which we cannot recycle, those are non-recyclable only. Okay, and if we are getting recovery as an energy for that, then it is considered over here. Make sure I'm giving you this idea doesn't mean that you started burning your sludge at your premises. Please get the license, please get the confirmation. Whatever the things you are going to burn in your boiler, it should be as per the law. Okay, so make sure that it should be fulfilled judiciously. And then energy recovery of residual management, that is for physical, chemical, biological treatment. Like if we have those type of by adding some chemicals or some biological system, and we are getting energy recovery from that. So that is uh, the energy recovery from the residual management. What are the waste you have? On-site incineration means if you are doing on-site incineration at your premises, uh, at your miss, if that's what I was asked, miss, explain like for the boiler and all, that's on-site only. So first is like incineration, any kind of incineration going out for the for your people or like for your vendors and all. Offsite incineration without energy recovery for non-recyclable uh, material. Okay, so if you are doing burning for without any energy recovery, if you are doing, you're just burning, that is all comes under less prefer. Okay, non-volatile valorized disposal means whichever have no values available and you are going for any kind of disposal, that's okay. That is and then non-valorized disposal means this new terms has come is basically don't consider that we are talking about any kind of landfills and all. Okay, these are any type of things which is like which we can be like dispose in any other ways, like waste such as converting them into useful products like fuel or other sorts of energy. So those things, it could be anything. So that's why they have put it in the other treatments. Okay, you can get energy and all from the other treatment of the non-valorized disposal. Why we are talking about non-valorized here? If you notice from the top, it is non-recyclable only. Means what is the non-recycler? What we have just discussed. Sometimes what happen? People also burn their fabric. People also burn their plastics in their boilers, and all those waste go for the energy recovery, which is not the less preferred. The less preferred, which is non-recyclable, but from the non-recyclable material, if you are getting the energy, that is the less preferred. And the least preferred would be when you recover those energy from the recyclable material, means plastic, paper, fabric, and all whatever. If you are burning, like many places, people burn their plastics, jute. Those are considered as a less preferred options, energy recoveries and all. Okay, so and then obviously landfill dumping, it is all related to the least prefer. So the idea behind this is that like we should only use those material we use means we only do disposal of those things which should be either in less or preferable. Okay, so if we are doing something which is least preferable, that we have to avoid. That is what we have to have the bare minimum targets. Okay, now these are the following non-hazardous uh, which stream which we all know right now, that is the textile waste, leather waste, rubber waste. Now this year specifically they have added textile waste. Previously it was material waste. Material waste means our textile waste, and people used to do, we used to put everything on the others actually. So now here like they have added some of the points like leather waste, textile waste, rubber waste. So whatever you have, please say have and track it down. Okay, now this is the new question, and this is very important question. Does your facility segregate textile waste on the material combustion? What is the expectation now? It's like you should also segregate your fabric waste based on the type of nature of the fiber. Means cotton should be separate from cotton, poly, polyester, polyester from the nylon, nylon from their blends. So like that, all the waste needs to be segregated. Okay, so that is I don't know like how uh, what I would say the cut to pack factory would react on this one, because it's a difficult task. Okay, what I can understand in the current scenario, it's like as difficult as like somebody say like, okay, remove the admin or office energy from the production energy. This is the same kind of questions now. So here it is must. Now they are like, this is in level 1 question. The idea behind this is that like they are looking for something which is which you can say not should not go to any kind of landfill. Why this has an idea? Because uh, every waste have some kind of disposal techniques. Okay, for example, polyester go either for mechanical or by the chemical treatment. Nylon go for the mechanical treatment. Cotton go for the mechanical treatment. Okay, so if you mix everything, you cannot able to get the things recycled. Okay, if you mix polyester with cotton, so then first we'll have to dissolve cotton in sulfuric acid, then only your polyester can be regenerated, or we can make like separate it. So ultimately we are dissolving the cotton or taking out, and that's again a type of waste. So that is the reason to avoid all these things, because ultimately what happened when you do all this juggling too many times, finally things will go for the landfill, which is not expecting route right now. So the idea is to make sure that you should not have anything to the landfill finally. So from that, the work over started over here. But how do we do now? Now the question is the challenge. What I believe, then it should start from the generation point, then only you can segregate. Forget it like if somebody in the waste room is going to segregate this thing, not possible. The person who is working on the sewing machine or layering machine, they should know and they should separate there itself by a proper planning. Otherwise it's not going to happen. Okay, and this is the new thing which needs to be add on, and it's important. So this question is for the yes, otherwise probably you will not in level 2 for the next year onward. Does your facility track? Yeah, this question is again the same question. Now this year we have hazardous, non-hazardous has been separated. Has been separated. So hazardous, non-hazardous, if you are tracking any of them, you are getting full yes because it has only yes. It doesn't have any partial yes. Then there's a second question whether you have each track each. If you're not tracking any all of them, then you will get partial yes marks. Otherwise, if you're tracking everything, it's a yes. Yes. The idea is like if you missed out some of the waste which you didn't add, if verifier will come, he is the opportunity to give you partial yes marks over here. Okay, so this is how this tracking of like these things are there, and the same for same questions is for the hazardous waste. For the hazardous waste, no doubt many things has been added, but now something which I just wanted to emphasize, it's like drum with the without proper cleaning. These are something like which is very dicey. Response would be from the verifier side. Okay, a verifier may come without proper cleaning, means he started, this word when they have published in the how to ig, then a verifier will go and check your drums whether it's properly cleaned or not. If not clean, if not clean, it's hazardous. If cleaned, then only it will be non-hazardous and you can put it on the plastic side. So by default, they have given it in hazardous. So what I would suggest, don't try to wash and try to put it on the non-hazardous side. That's not a correct practice because some of the chemicals are ecotoxic chemical, which can ultimately going to hamper your biological system if it is there at your ETP. Okay. So that is one point. And then second, these are the metal sludge they have
Sir,
added.
sir,
Yeah.
yeah, here I have a question. If I clean my empty chemical drum, then it convert non-hazardous waste.
No, if you clean, let me tell you, if you clean properly with good detergents and all, okay, and then
Yeah.
verifier will say it's very good, it's clean, you can consider it's a plastic. Okay. When chemical drum is having any contamination, it is a hazardous waste. Is
Okay.
it clear?
Okay, sir. Clear. Thank you.
I know I can figure out you're from Bangladesh, right, son? So in Bangladesh, there
Yes.
is a like we have a waste, sorry, drum cleaning specified area in every places. I know that. So that is why, like here verifier will tell you whether you have cleaned properly or not. If you clean properly, he will be happy. If you won't clean properly, he'll say that you are not clean. So I am putting it without proper cleaning empty drums in hazardous. So that's the things going to happen. Otherwise, everything is okay. Metal sludge, it's not for our industries, for the industry. For example, viscose and all, they have like first zinc recovery, that is zinc sludge and all they get. So for them, these are the new terms they have added. So probably they have like tried to capture a bigger area for Wordly or for like Cascale business. I believe that's why we have so many introduction of these type of sludge. Probably it would be further increase when the number of industry or type of industry is going to be increased. Now, the question 7 and question 7, does your facility track any of its hazardous waste stream? Obviously, you will track any of them. So by default, I think 99% we are all getting yes. And then next one, each and every hazard, it's the same way what we have earlier in the non-hazardous side, the same way. If a verifier could find something one is not uh, tracking, then in those condition you would be partially yes. But yes, make sure that whatever the disposals you have, it should be through license vendor. It is specific for hazardous. You should have everything for the licensed vendor, then only it's going to be accepted. Okay. Now, does the facility segregate? Does your facility segregate hazardous non? These are the same questions which we have earlier, like housekeeping, where we had the segregation, hazardous with non-hazardous. Then we have the uh, well designated hazardous waste store, chemical rooms, and sorry, proper containers. So similarly, these questions are there. If you are fulfilling all the requirement, you will be yes. And if you have something which couldn't like okay, then it's going to be partially yes. Miss some of the like points they have, like fire extinguisher should be there for the hazardous, aisle space should be there. It should be like segregated, and it should be have the proper labeling, ventilation, air vent, all these things would be there. Out of which something you missed out, you can go with the, you will go with the partial yes by default. Okay. Does your facility have well mud? The similarly for the non-hazardous, whatever the criteria given there as a sub question in the criteria for the non-hazardous, you have to fulfill all. Okay. Now, question number 12 was the repeat question. Whether does your facility forbid all responsible waste action during open burning, dumping, burning? So that is what you need to have your environmental policies having, that we are not doing anything like this. Plus, there should not be anything, should not be available during the verification. It's not only the what do you say? It's not only the documents which we are going to provide is going to work over here. Clear. So make sure that you should have everything with the details. Now, storage condition, they have added two things which is new. Waste must be segregated. You can understand from the question number first, they when they have asked for uh, uh, like segregation of type of fiber. So that's why it has come over here. Definitely a verifier will go and check. Verifier will go and check like whether it has been segregated or not. In hazardous, they have added 2 points, like adequate aisle space means for the movement between the containers. Okay. So that is what, and plus you need to have the like signage to be displayed on the wall of the hazardous area. Okay, these things are very, very important. Okay, now question number 13. This is, does the facility provide awareness training to the employee regarding the segregation? Now you can understand the first question, the same. Now this question, the same. Like now they are asking for the training. In the training, as I mentioned, like this is for all employees. For if you have 2000 employees working in your premises, everybody should have this training. Now you can understand like what is the magnitude of this particular question for waste right now. So you cannot avoid all these things. You cannot say I cannot segregate fiber. I cannot have those possibilities in my premises. Probably you are compromising with the score for the waste management. Okay. Uh, your yeah, for you will get full yes only and only when you have the training of all the employees on the waste segregation. Partially yes, you will get if you have provided more than 50%, means the minimum, like out of 2000 people, at least 1000 and above should have this training. Plus they should also and that for the full yes, everybody should have this training. So anything less than 50, it's no for this. So you have to have those record, and probably a verifier may ask some questions as well. Okay. Now, question number 14, does your facility provide training to all? This is the same old question for the training for people who are maintaining the hazardous waste. So for that, everything is fine. You can do the trainings and all and this and that, but you also needs to evaluate that. Probably you would have noticed everywhere, it's not only the training, they are looking for the evaluations right now. So evaluation is not like this, like you have to have some kind of exams, then only you can have this evaluation possible. So this is how it's all about what I would say, the evaluation. So give us a kind of exams and all which is possible. Take some kind of exams which will help you for that for preparing this kind of documents. Okay, that's all for the like level 1. Now we are in level 2. This is little bit more what I say is a little bit more uh, like complicated. I feel that people make a lot of mistakes here. Okay, so so let me show you something that would be easy for you. First, let me explain you what are these questions, and then directly we'll have a look on the what you said, the Excel. Has your facility set a baseline for non-hazardous area? Sorry, non-hazardous waste, baseline for the hazardous. Previously, it was one question. Now this has been separated. Okay, which waste is disposal method used for your facility waste? So you have to like give the details of like what are the contracts and all, who is like going to take out all your waste, and then what type of permits you have. So these questions are like additional to that permits as well. Okay, so did you set the baseline for the waste disposal method for the facilities overall waste? Okay, so now baseline for the waste disposal method. Okay, first was were the baseline for the waste, and now is the disposal method like recycle, reuse, upcycling. For those baseline, you will have to set it out. Okay, these are the preferred methods, like what we have just seen: recycle, reuse, downcycle. Similarly for the least and least preferred. Okay, does your facility set a formal target to reduce hazardous waste generation? So again, you have to make target for hazardous, and you have target for the non-hazardous as well. Okay, so and then again the target is like, does your facility set target for the waste disposal? Because you can understand, like initially what we were talking about in waste also, we have two types of target: waste reduction, and then disposal improvement. Okay, so these are the questions which you have to understand. Make sure that when you have contributed, you have taken the target which is more than contributing more than 90% of the total waste, that would be full yes. Otherwise 50 to 89 will turn into the partial yes. Okay, uh, I'm going to
Sir,
the
sir,
Excel.
sir,
Yeah, yeah,
just one
please.
question.
Yeah.
If I fabric to fiber, this is down cycle, material recovery down cycle.
Fabric to fiber.
Yeah.
And what you will do with the fiber? You will make again the fabric, right?
Again yarn, then fabric.
That is recycle. That is
Recycle,
recycle.
but yeah, HIGG option material recovery, recycle, including upcycle, material recovery, down cycle.
No, it's you can keep it on recycle, upcycle, not down cycle. Down cycle when we are deteriorating the cost means you have only option you are trying to say, right? That recycle and
Material,
upcycle.
another question, yeah, material recovery, reuse. This is
Material
for
recovery. Give me some example.
here question number
No. I got it.
17.1.
I got it. You give me some example in your condition.
Yeah, my final product fabric.
Right.
Yeah, which fabric wastes?
Okay.
Jute fabric wastes. Then
Mm-hmm.
we recycle to fiber, and
Okay.
then again convert yarn, and then again to process fabric.
Listen. Yeah, got it. Your fabric waste is jute fabric, right?
Yes.
And jute fabric you have recycled. So it will be in recycle, not in reuse. Reuse means you are not doing any treatment.
But
Let me
yeah, but HIGG
hmm.
no option, only recycle. Recycle with down cycle. Yeah, sorry, material recovery, recycle including upcycle.
There's no reuse. You want to say there's no reuse options
Reuse
is there?
material recovery reuse option available,
Okay.
but only recycle not available.
Recycle including upcycle you have to select in the case what you have just explained to me. Is it clear now?
Okay, sir. Clear. Thank you, sir.
Okay, because you have making it yarn and again to the fabric. Technically, it's a recycle. Okay, so they have only
Okay.
one option right now: recycle including upcycle. So use only this option. Clear?
Okay, sir. Okay. Clear, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now I'm just coming like, this will be easy for us to understand. I'm sure you can see my Excel. Okay. So this is one of the condition one of the condition usually what happened with us right now for facilities. Okay. Now here is the non-hazardous waste, or these are the hazardous. Let's first stick to the non-hazardous waste right now. Okay. So in non-hazardous waste, if you notice, right? Okay. In non-hazardous waste, we have these type of waste and this type of in 2022. These are the quantities in kg. You can say that this is 2023. Okay. These are the two things which we have right now. Now, first, there was one question, baseline. So baseline, yes, I have selected baseline 22 because I have all the data of tracking data of 2022, and I can understand that there's no production increase, decrease, fluctuation, and then we can talk about reduction from the future. That's why I have selected 22 as a baseline since I have all the data. Okay, perfect. Now from the 2022, now I have to take the target in the reduction. Okay, there are two type of targets I told, reduction and disposal improvement. Okay, so reduction means reduction of these waste, like whatever we are whatever I am having in 2022, I have to reduce it to 2023. Okay, that is one which I have. And then similarly, another target is for the waste. So I can understand you, I can write it something like this. One target will be belongs to here, target of reduction, and then other is the target for the disposal. Okay, so from here I can see that as I mentioned, we always calculate based on the shipment value. So these are the shipment values for the 2022 and 2023. Now let's concentrate on the reduction target. In the reduction target, we are this one, and we'll take the target. How we'll decide what waste I should select for the target, that is which is contributing above 90%. So which are contributing above so I have taken out the percentage. So I can see textile waste is 33%, plastic 6%, paper 4%, cotton 3%. Similarly, all the like textile as all the waste in terms of percentage. So but my requirement is means HIGG requirement is anything which is about 90%. So if I only select textile waste reduction, it's only 33%, not possible. If I only consider pre-water treatment, means WWT, sorry, domestic wastewater treatment sludge, it's only 50%. Again, I will not get yes marks, full yes marks. Okay, so how do we get the 90? So let's this is the 90, and what are the things I have taken here? I have taken textile waste and then plastic waste and print. When I'll take all these three, I can get 90% and above. Okay, so when I'll get 90% above, that is what I need to select. So from here, when we have the 90%, so we can use these values as a these are the things as a target. Okay, and then this one. So now my target would be only these three: textile waste reduction. Otherwise, other will be no. We can take baseline, no problem. You can take it during the baseline. Yes, yes. So everything will come again in your target, but you need not to take the target for all. Only consider the 90%, that is textile waste, plastic, paper, sorry, pre-waste. Okay, so uh, so that is what it's all about. Okay, and then it's contributing 90%. Okay, now pre-water sludge, sorry, so when we have the 90%, we have taken the targets and we do some work like for the textile waste, for example, we use the machineries and all. For the plastic waste, we do kind of savings and all. Okay, for pre-water sludge, we have something like a dryer and all what we have installed. Okay, after that, when I checked my values at 2023, then I'll compare from this to that. When it will be comparison, then definitely with the shipment when I see the normalized value. If I am improving, then only I can say I have improved. Okay, so I'll compare this with this normalized value. And then if I see what is the normalized value, let me check. This one divided by. Now you can see non-hazardous waste for 2022 was 0.0125 kilo per piece, which is in 2023 0.0120 in 2020, 2023. In 2022 is 0.0125. So I can see it is reduction. You can see, here we can see the reduction. It's a negative value means we are reducing. Yes, we have improved. So this is how this target related to uh, uh, waste will be considered. For the disposal, again, what we have to see, what was I was disposing the quantity in 2022, whether I have increased to 2023. So that is what we can say the improvement. So in this case, what are the least prefer? It's only the landfill. Otherwise, all are preferred one. So we should only take targets in landfill, not in other. So for here, only the target will be landfill improvement to either to less or to preferable. So take target for the disposal for landfill to move from landfill to energy recovery, recycle, reuse, downside, anything that would be the accepted target for the landfill. Okay, so this is how we have to complete it. So one target for the reduction, one target with the landfill, that is improvement. Similarly, in case of hazardous waste, you can say here it's the landfill which is needs to be improved. Otherwise, everything is preferable. If in your company everything is preferable, then this disposal target is not applicable. I'm repeating. If in your case everything is preferable, not no landfill, already you are doing upcycle, downcycle, no need to take this disposal target. Okay, so that's all for this. Sorry. Yeah, this question. Okay, so then let me move fast a little bit. Then you have to make the implementation plan for the reduction, for the hazardous, for the non-hazardous. Then you have to whether you have reduced hazardous, non-hazardous, whether you have reduced the hazardous like from 2023 to 2022. Yes, we have reduced non-hazardous, we'll get score. Similarly, in hazardous, we have also reduced in the same Excel what we are discussing right now. So this is how you have to give it up. Okay, does the facility validate final disposal treatment? This was the question which was in level 3 earlier. Now you have to go, it is in level 2 now. Previously it was level 3. Does your facility validate means you have to go and do the site visit all your hazardous waste. So go and get the report, visit report, pictures, and then come back and make a report that's going to accept. Okay, it will valid for 3 years. So whatever you did from 2021 onward, all are valid in 2023 as well. Okay, now we are in level 3. Does the facility validate final disposal of treatment of all hazardous waste, non-hazardous waste? Now this question has new entry of non-hazardous waste. Now it is expected you to go and do the assessment for non-hazardous as well. Okay, so this is how you have to understand. You either you have to go to on-site visit, get the visit report, and then you can get the score in this one. Or you, if you make just a plan, or if you have validated long back, you can get the partial yes mark. So technically we can get partial yes if you have make a plan as well for this particular question for non-hazardous. Okay, now if you now question number 29, has your facility disposed waste through preferred disposal method? Means if you are having more than 19 recycle, upcycle, downcycle, and reuse, then you are getting full yes. If your most preferred disposal method in 25 to 89%, you are getting partial yes mark. Final question. Do you willing to work on the circular economy? Like if you are doing anything related to upcycle, yes, you can go with this one. Okay, so whatever waste you are generating, make sure that, for example, if you have generated 1 kilo, sorry, 100 kilo of your waste, from the 100 kilo, how much that is using in another process, or like if you are making some kind of like home furnishing items. So from 100 kg, from your 100 kg, if it is going to like 20 kg, that 20 kg is using in as a material for the next product. That is what we are talking about, the circular economy, where your waste is not going in the waste, but it is as a raw material for some other people. Okay, so keep the details. That's all what you have to get it for this particular question. Okay, especially for the textile cut to pack factory, this is very common. You can get the score over here as well. Okay, now let me go to the chemical little bit fast, then we will take questions later on at the last. Okay. So chemical management, yeah, again, it has like very much in refined way. Now, actually, this one has been as per the requirement. What I would rather say, like, yes, what we are discussing yesterday about the net zero, and the things start with the policies, and now this chemical management start with the policies procedure. Otherwise, previously it was started with the inventory, which has like, no head and leg initially, but yes, everything was in the same like module. Okay, now the applicability question, yes, if you are having using commodity chemical, that is salt, soda, these all comes under commodity chemical, you have to say yes. If you are following any JDSC implementation, please have you have to select whatever type of chemistry you are following. Majorly we are following JDSC MRSL right now. Okay, now questions start with the chemical management policies. So you should have the chemical management policy. What important? It should have detail about the laws, safe use of chemical, training staff, traceability, transparency, detail, sustainable chemical management. Like these are the points you need to cover in your policies. Okay, apart from that, whatever is existing, keep it in, keep it with you. Make sure that whatever that your policy should incorporate these values as well. Okay, now second is the person. Question 2 is the who is going to take care of this chemical management system. He should have a knowledge. What type of knowledge is going to ask from the verifier? That is, he should understand what is MSDS and what is sorry, what is MSDS, like what is in section number 9, what is section number 10, that he should understand. He should understand what is RSL, what is MRSL, whether he understand there are 9 type of pictograms available, like by the pictures, whether he knows what
Hello, Rosen.
I can't hear him as well.
Your voice is not unable to hear you.
Please stay on the line. I mean, there is a network issue with Rosen. He's joining back shortly.
Am I audible, Ashok?
Yeah, Finn, you're audible, but I think same like earlier, Rosen had some issue. Let's wait
Yes,
for some time.
So I just would like to take this opportunity to talk to the suppliers. Hello, everyone. I'm Akhtar Jafrin. I work for even a sustainability team, and I just would like to say thank you to everyone for joining our online sessions. So, previously we arranged our in-person trainings, and uh, this specific session is intended to clarify FEM issues more to you. And we are getting a lot of questions from you. Thank you for your active participation. And especially, I would like to mention names like Mr. Ataur from Akis Textile. Thank you for asking all these insightful questions and making things clear for you and for many of us as well. And just another reminder from our side, the self-assessment deadline is 30th April for you, and the verification deadline is 30th September. Thank you for your active participation. We'll wait for Roshan.
I think Roshan is back. Roshan, you are on mute.
Yes. Am I audible now?
Yeah, you're audible now. Yeah.
Screen is visible.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm just
yes.
going like I'm still struggling with. Okay, so now the question number 3, we were up to the question number 2 where we are talking about like what is the competencies expected for the chemical management person. Okay, and then now come to the purchase policy. First one was the chemical management policy. This is a purchase policy. Like how you miss what you decide, like what is the process of your company that when you are purchasing a new chemicals, obviously this should return with the legal requirement, health and safety requirement, and considering the brand RSL, MRSL, whoever or whichever you are working, make sure that you should make your RSL, MRSL so comprehensive that in such a way you can cover everything and one shot you can give it to your suppliers. Okay, so that is what it is expected in chemical management, chemical purchase policy. If you go into the detailed, chemical management is a very thorough topic. Like, it will take almost like a day or 2 days kind of things to understand. So I'm not going into that much detail because it's having a lot of policies, risk assessment, and then like health and safety, OSHA requirements. So that is all the part of chemical management training. Okay, so now the question number 4 is the same question number 1, which was there in the inventory. So whatever chemical is entering in your facility, you should inventorize. So all the chemical for the manufacturing process, tooling, for the wastewater, spot cleaners, everything that you have to have right now available. Okay, if you don't have any chemicals on the on your, like for example for the cut to pack factory, make it not applicable, then questions will be reduced for you. Okay, now come to the question number 5, like the chemical inventory, uh, there are so many sub questions you will get, like what are the chemical inventory list included for the following data. So lot number, chemical supplier name, product name, blah blah blah. Those are the things which is there in the chemical inventory. Probably you are using the same, that you have to incorporate like all the inventory list. Okay, the good thing this year that it's not necessary to give you to the lot number of spot cleaning chemical or ETP chemical. This type of utility chemicals, including spot cleaning chemical, you are not expecting, means we are not expecting, the HIGG is not expecting to do or to give the data. That is the exceptions. Okay, now question 6 is again you should have the MSDS for all chemicals whatever you have. Now this is, they have changed to the up to date from the 3 years validity what it was earlier. Okay, so 3 years means like it was like, for example 2023 was the is going to be the verifier. So verifier was expecting 2020 onwards MSDS to give it to you, but now it is the up to date. Who will confirm whether it's up to date or not? The chemical supplier. So this is how you have to have like very clear with the like understanding for these particular questions, and you can always discuss with the verifier that it's now it's changed. Okay, now question number 7 related to the training of all employees for the chemical handling. These are the basic chemicals for all people who are having with like you are coming with the trainings. Make sure that you should cover all these topics related to MSDS, hazards, chemical compatibility, process, storage, PPs. If you really see, it's a heavy loaded. It's heavy loaded because so much information is expecting right now from the HIG sites, right? So make sure that at least to those people who are with the chemical, they should have those understanding. Here, I don't think that they have asked for the evaluation, but yes, a verifier can ask you the questions related to those, whatever the kind of training you have received. Okay. Question number 8 was related to the emergency response. Don't consider only chemical spill, but it is emergency. There's a difference between spill and emergency. Means if chemicals has been spill out in a broader way, and there's a chances of life and death. So that is the reason what we say for the emergency plan, emergency situation. So those things, it is expected. Yes, if it is a dying factories, like factories having chemicals, so it's better to means for you, for those type of companies, now you have to complete two mock drill every year. For cut to pack factory where there's no what you say, when there is no chemicals in use, even the drill is not important right now. Keep in mind, like the when you make a SOP document, sorry, the document, make sure that this ZDSC framework points to be add. Okay, so these are like straightforward, which is like copied from TIG, ZDSC framework, chemical framework document. So these things you make sure that you should add in your emergency response plan. Otherwise, it will turn up into the partial years, especially for the cut to pack factory. Okay. Now, question number 9 is related to the PP. PPs should be operable and appropriate, and that is what, like, it should be as per your size and it should be as per the requirement which is given in the safety data sheet. So safety data sheet section number 8, you will get all the information about the type of PPs to be used. Make sure that you have to use that one only, or you have to go for the severity. Means, for example, if you are using butyl rubber based off uh, gloves, so that can be used for you, that can replace nitrile, isoprene, neoprene, because the severity of butyl is quite high. So that's how you have to think about your own PPE based on PP matrix, based on the MSDS or the chemicals what you are using. Okay. So question number 10 is related to, like, does your facility have chemical hazard signage and safe handling? Okay, so you should have, like, these are the housekeeping area where you have to have the signage, the pictograms. I would prefer go for the GHG, all those 9 pictogram relevant to the chemicals which is there in the MSDS or the chemical box to be on the wall. Okay, that is what is expected. Does a facility select purchase chemicals based on hazardous MRCL requirement? That is what you have to give it to your supplier. The good thing here that for the spot cleaner and all, don't break the head for the supplier or tell verifier, it's not required right now. For lubricant, cleaning chemicals, because previously it was like, okay, where is the MRCL for the spot cleaner? In fact, believe me or not, some of the spot cleaner people also made their MRSL in ZDSC3. So it was there, but now they have, like, toned down, like spot cleaners and all is not required as a requirements. Okay. Does a facility sec? Yeah. Previous question was related to MRSL. That question number 11 and question 12 is related to RSL. So similarly, it was single question earlier. Question number 7. It's the same how you communicate to your supplier for the MRSL RSL requirement. Okay. Now question number 13 is the question number 8 earlier, where what is important? There must be a person who should understand the chemical management, number 1, and he should in good position to conduct the risk assessment. What is the risk assessment? Like, if you are using APOs based chemical, what could be the problem? Whether your chemical having APO, that alkyl phenol ethoxylate, what are the problems? Okay, if I'm purchasing a softener, whether it is having APO, if I'm purchasing a dispersing agent, whether it has APO, that type of logical, understanding he should have for the risk assessment so far as MRSL, RSL is concerned. Okay. When I'll buy a chemical, whether it has the azo or aralamine in it, in that or not. So those type of, like, understanding the person should have, he should have a training, obviously, for this type of, like, chemical management courses. Then that is the person is more fit for this particular number 13, and you will get the score over here. Okay. Now this question number 13, sorry, 14, 15 is related to the housekeeping, and you have, like, a lot of what do you say, sub question would be there, the area, the chemical to liquid powder to be separate, spoon there will be separate spoon, compatibility, all those things, whatever we are earlier question number 9, it is now segregated into the 14 and 15, and they have added this for the sub store also. Previously it was only for the main store, but believe me or not, people were also following the sub store earlier as well. But these are these sub store questions, now they have added specific. Okay, sub store are the area where we have temporary, we keep the chemicals or dyes for usages. Okay, now we are in question number 16, 17. It is related to the training of the MRSL, RSL. MRSL training, obviously you can get it from JDSE or some third party, or even chemical suppliers can give you this. And RSL, RSL training, your brand could be one of the person team. Probably I know you would have been told about the RSLs of the Marks and Spencer. So those type of training, communication detail, or like a small training, if it is there, that's going to help you out for that. And the same, whoever learned from your company can teach to other people and make a record of all this MRSL, RSL. Now these are very common. Probably even from the download, you can download all those type of trainings. Whoever is the chemical specialist can do all these things by himself. So these are for the RSL and MRSL. Definitely is going to be asked from the person whether you understand what is RSL. RSL is for the final product. MRSL is for the chemical. They should understand all these things. Okay. And what are the risks related to the RSL and MRSL? That is APO, chlorobenzene, COC, chlorinated compound or solvent, halogenated solvent, heavy metals, arylamine. So a lot of things are there in